This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. An Evanston couple was sentenced to jail on Tuesday on charges of felony child abuse following the October 2023 death of their 9-month-old daughter. However, 32-year-old Tevin Medina and 24-year-old Bailey Bettinson were not criminally charged for the child's death. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the prosecutor conceded a lack of definitive evidence that their filthy home or the neglect associated with it killed their baby.
A doctor that the prosecutor, Loretta Callis, was working with said, I cannot sit on a trial stand and say that their negligence caused this baby's death, even though the home was littered with mold, knives exposed, fecal matter, vomit, very disturbing home. And so the prosecutor, instead of going to trial, struck a plea agreement with each parent.
The couple was sentenced Tuesday to 6 months in jail, followed by 3 years probation for child abuse, although they could each face 3 to 6 years in prison if they fail probation. A wildlife crossing project along U.S. Highway 26 287 near DuBois, where hundreds of mule deer are killed every year, is still short millions of dollars in hoped-for federal funds. It could take roughly $16 million in federal grants to meet the project's estimated $28 million budget, and federal funds are in limbo. However, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that state officials are determined to see the project through regardless.
There's been $2.7 million raised in private funds. The Wildlife Fund and the Greater Yellowstone Coalition got that much raised through private donors, and then there's probably another $10 million or so in state funds available, but they're still shy about $18 million in federal funds to get this project off the ground. With everything going on with the federal government, they're not really sure when those grants are going to be freed up again.
There are thousands of vehicle collisions with wildlife in Wyoming every year. The cliffs of the Wind River Canyon in central Wyoming soar into the sky on the east side of U.S. Highway 20 and drop off into the Wind River below on the west, literally. Spring is the busiest time for big chunks of the mountain to break off, causing rock slides and mudslides across the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that drivers are reminded to be aware of the falling boulders that could come down at any time.
So when you see a rock fall in the canyon, just call the highway patrol and they will send out not only their guys, but they'll also get a hold of YDOT who will clean the mess up. Because those rocks, no matter how big, I've seen ones that were just the size of my fist that have caused damage. YDOT has actually gone into the canyon, especially in the last 10 years, and they've identified rocks that are going to fall, regardless if they do it or nature does it. So they have sent up actual mountain climbers to excavate these rocks and make them fall. There's been many times when I was stopped in the canyon watching these giant boulders come tumbling down in a controlled environment. So they are doing things to make the canyon safer.
YDOT has hired a consultant to look at any possible redundant route which could be used in the event of an emergency. Department spokesperson Cody Beers says it would only take one really big rock slide to cause an extended closure of that canyon, which would take weeks and probably months to clear out. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
The man whose remains were found last fall in a field outside Cheyenne has been identified. 59-year-old Roy Motes of Laramie County was the person whose remains prompted a 2-day, 50-person grid work pattern search in a private field last October. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that because of the condition of the remains, the Laramie County coroner has deemed the cause and manner of death undetermined. However, her office added that no trauma or foul play are suspected.
When they say no foul foul play. What they're saying is we don't think any criminal activity was afoot. They're not saying that it couldn't have been something unnatural. I don't believe that designator rules out things like animal attacks, heart attacks, a lone bike wreck, or a suicide.
Moats had been missing for 5 months when a construction crew found a body part while mowing a field off Terry Ranch Road on October 14th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Here's what we got going on today. Evanston couple gets probation after their toddler found dead in a house of filth. Wild turkeys abound in Wyoming. Spring hunt season looking good. The sound of music is in the air. Concerts in Wyoming have never been more diverse or abundant than they are this season. Falling rocks in the Wind River Canyon, that's a spring thing. Trump's push for domestic drilling has caused oil prices to hit a new low. That was to be expected, say industry insiders. Special guests today include Ross Halperin. His book on a couple of guys that went to Honduras and changed everything. Fascinating book. And we're going to talk to folks doing some hard work trying to convince the FDA and others that animals do not need to be tested on in order to develop new medicines. Chimpanzees, beagles, mice, all kinds of animals. We don't need to do that anymore. And we're going to talk to a lot of folks about that kind of stuff. Yeah, we have a ton going on. Obscenity laws, how they pertain to library books. That's in the news. Lawmakers put it top priority. Big concerns. Wildlife crossing near Du Bois is stuck in federal cut limbo. Millions short, but almost everybody wants to see it finished. This wildlife crossing near Du Bois, super popular and very much needed. Top priority for Game and Fish and WYDOT. They just need a few million. That's all to get it finished. And remains found in Cheyenne are those of a missing big piney man. We'll tell you who later in the show. As we got a lot to do, let's check out that weather forecast. Gonna be a little soggy and cold. At least colder than it's been lately. You're not going to see 80s. Not today. Casper, chance of rain mainly after 3. Sunny until then. Breezy, 63 today. Chance of rain in Riverton, 60. Rain likely in Shoshone. Breezy with highs 60. Evanston, snow and rain. Highs 47 in Evanston. Some wind gusts as well. Green River, chance of rain and snow, highs 56. In Pinedale, patchy fog in the morning, otherwise snow and rain likely today. Cloudy, breezy, 48 in Pinedale. Alpine, you'll top out around 49 with snow and rain near certain. Du Bois, breezy, rain, mixing with snow, likely highs 48 in Du Bois, 48 in Jackson with snow and rain. Thermopolis, rain 56 today. Rain near certain in Cody with highs 53. Rain likely in Buffalo, breezy with highs 54 today. Chance of rain in Sheridan 58. Story, you're under a winter weather advisory until 6 tomorrow morning. Chance of rain in Gillette, mainly after 3 p.m. Otherwise 62, mostly cloudy. Newcastle, chance of rain probably beginning afternoon. Otherwise partly sunny, 67 in Newcastle. Torrington, you'll top out around 72 with a chance of rain late afternoon. Clouds will be on the increase. Mostly sunny in Douglas, breezy, 66. You might dodge rain. Maybe some raindrops overnight, though, in Douglas. Cheyenne, windy, rain likely after 5 p.m. Highs 65 in Cheyenne, 58 in Laramie, with a chance of rain in the late afternoon as well. Rollins, sunny, breezy today, 56 with some wind gusts. Your rain and snow probably coming overnight tonight, Rollins. And that's what it's looking like around the state. Doing anything to your travel? It might be. You want to check 511, text 511 or call 511. I forget how you do it on the, if you got a mobile. But expect it might do some bad things to I-80, especially way down there towards Evanston on the southwest corner. Much of the weather, though, going to be far north today. We'll talk to Don Day, get a day weather forecast update. We'll also ask Don, what is a Scud? Yeah, that's not the Scud missiles. There's actually Scud clouds. They're like white tornadoes. We'll talk about a weather forecast that includes partly scuddy skies. Yeah, and we'll have Don explain what that is on this Wednesday on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Today is Buttermilk Biscuit Day, by the way. Andrew Rossi is going to join us, and it's perfect because he has that story about the Spirit Cave up there in Cody. I think that's an Andrew story. Let me check. Because today is National Underground Day. You didn't know there was such a thing, did you? Yeah, today is a day to commemorate people who live underground and the benefits of living underground, which to me, that's a short list. Not as likely to get sunburn. What are the advantages of living underground? When it all goes down and China launches a nuke at us, you won't be dead immediately. You'll die later if you're living underground. The advantages of living underground. I'm not kidding. National Underground America Day recognizes the approximately 6,000 people who are not right in their head. No, that's not what it says. Recognizes approximately 6,000 people who live in some form of underground architecture across North America. I mean, I shouldn't laugh. Maybe that's you. Maybe you're getting the Cowboy State Daily Show in your underground bunker right now. That's okay with me. However, we can add listeners is okay with. It's good for ratings. So we'll talk to Andrew Rossi and see if we can have a tie-in with Spirit Cave, which went from a natural attraction to an abandoned hole in a mountain, is just up north of Cody. Buffalo Bill Cody had high hopes for Spirit Cave, Spirit Mountain Cave. I'm not sure we ever achieved it. When it opened, It was quite the tourist attraction. And there's not much of it today, unless you're a spelunker, unless you're a caver. In fact, it's closed. You got to go get a key to open it. A key to open a cave from the BLM if you want to go caving in it. But yeah, a Spirit Mountain Cave and underground dwellers all ties in today. We'll talk to Andrew Rossi about the cave story. Claire McFarland comes on Wednesdays, joins us on Wednesday. She's got a bunch of stories that are interesting. She's always hanging out in court. And that's her passion. That's her jam. Hang out, listen to those lawyers talk about stuff. Claire's story about lawmakers say one of their top priorities in the off season, as it were, coming up on May 20th, lawmakers get together, some committees get together, not the whole thing. You know, we already had our legislative session, the month-long lawmaking process at the state capitol. But during the off season, when that's not happening, several committees get together and talk about priority type things. And one committee, the Judiciary Committee, says their top priority is trying to figure out what constitutes obscenity in a book. It's difficult because that's at the heart of all these problems we see with librarians getting in trouble for putting certain books on a shelf. Whose fault is it when there's a book that's a little too graphic for Junior to read? Who decides what's too much for Junior to be reading and whether that should be put out of Junior's reach? And is the librarian get in trouble for putting books up there with very often the intent is to just, not be a book banner and try to spread information. More information is always good, right? More information always good than less information. But maybe not for young eyes. You're not ready for some information when you're Junior and you're 7 years old. Who decides how old is old enough? And who decides what in a book is too graphic, too obscene? Wyoming has obscenity laws. They're often kind of wishy-washy and gray when it concerns to books. How do you tie Wyoming's obscenity laws into published books? It's difficult. And then who to blame when that book is just over the line and it's in the library? Because librarians have certain protection of the state of Wyoming concerning the peddling of filth, for lack of a better way to say it. It's interesting. It's complex. It's not easy. The Judiciary Committee wants to look into that, saying it's a top priority. Not everybody agrees. There's a Democrat that says there's a lot of other things we got to get to before this. The wildlife crossing outside of DuBois is going to come up about $16 million short. That's a little chunk of change right there. Maybe. It's still in limbo. There's Doge cuts. President Trump has cut deep on what money is being allocated for a lot of stuff. And the fear is money for highway projects like this is going to be cut off. We'll see. Wyoming Game and Fish really wants this wildlife crossing outside of DuBois. I know the department director, Angie Bruce, said top priority. We want this. YDOT wants it. It's good for motorists, good for animals. Greater Yellowstone Coalition has stepped up along with Wildlife Fund, raising an astonishing $2.7 million in private donation. It's just the average Joe reaching into his pocket saying, yeah, I care enough about wildlife. I'll kick in for this wildlife project. 2.7 million private money already towards this. That's impressive. The whole thing's going to cost about $28 million. $16 million was to have come from the feds. And we don't know if that's a reality. Another $10 million might be available through state funds. Have to see. But I know the wish is, and the priority is, and the hope is that we get this wildlife crossing built outside of DuBois. It's just a matter of paying for it. That's all. A few million. The Evanston couple, Claire's going to be on. I want to talk with her about this story. Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't think a 9-month-old baby dies in a home in Evanston. The mom and dad are not they're not up for the Mom and Dad of the Year award. Let's say that. Bailey Bettinson, 24-year-old, is mom. She'll play the part of mom until someone better can come along. She suffers probably from some postpartum. Is that what it is? After you have a baby, you're depressed. I mean, this couple should not, in my opinion, should not be having babies, for one. They already have a 3-year-old. And then the 9-month-old is, by the time first responders get there, the baby's cold. 9-month-old, cold, rigor mortis already setting in. Mom and dad said, hey, we went to bed at night. We woke up and the kid was not breathing. We tried CPR. Kid was stone cold, stiff, dead. Tevin Medina, 33-year-old, is the dad. Bailey Bettinson, 24-year-old, is the mom. The home, when first responders went in it, is just, it's an apartment that was just filthy. We'll describe later more about it, but it was awful. Nowhere where you would expect to live in safety. The stench was so bad, detectives had to step outside and just take a break and get fresh air in their lungs. It's just awful. But did the conditions contribute to the death of the child? How exactly did this 9-month-old die? Experts can't say for certainty because there was mold under the sink that the kid died. Can't say for any certainty that because there was spoiled meat found in the microwave that's why the kid died. Animal poop all over the place in the house from cats and dogs. Is that the reason the kid died? Can't say with certainty, but none of it conducive. None of it would depict a safe environment to grow up, and that's for sure. Bailey and Tevin got a lot of work to do if they want to be mom and dad. But prosecutor could not find a way to connect the death to the crummy apartment, which means the Evanston couple is going to get 6 months. They've already served, I believe, a good part of that. And then 3 months, and then 3 years probation for child abuse. We'll get in more to that. There's turkeys everywhere. I saw a whole mess of wild turkeys right outside of Casper, and that's apparently where they all are. You want to find a turkey this spring to put on the table or whatever you do with your turkey after you shotgun it. There's plenty of wild turkeys around Casper. The spring season looking real good. Let's get Greg Johnson into the room after we take our first break. Quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got
this. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg Johnson joins us this morning. Greg, I don't know where to start. Pete Rose is back.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Pete Rose is dead, right? Or no?
No. Yeah, he's dead.
Okay. Yeah, that guy, I don't know if he was really betting on sports or whether the punishment was too harsh, but yeah, his post Cincinnati Reds career was not great. Signing autographs for a pittance and just trying to get back into the good graces of Major League Baseball, and finally did, but he and Shoeless Joe Jackson were not around to see the decision, that's for sure.
Well, Pete Rose, he didn't just bet on baseball, he bet on his own games.
Oh.
Games that he was participating in. So I think that's part of the thing. I don't know, I might be in the minority. I think most people say, yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame, and he probably should, but I also didn't have a problem with a lifetime ban for what he did. That's what it called for.
Yeah.
But his lifetime is over. So.
Right. Yeah. Can you be a lifetime ban from baseball? Obviously, there's a time where you're not playing baseball. You're retired. What do you ban from? Any participation in Major League Baseball? Any association with Major League Baseball? Yet could you still be in the Hall of Fame?
No, that's what
that would include.
Yeah, that's what that included, and it's really it's a thing, and that's the thing. I mean, lifetime ban, does it mean everybody's lifetime? Is it a ban till the end of humanity?
Yeah.
I mean, his lifetime is over, so does that mean his ban can be over?
Lifetime. Yeah, I think that's.
I mean, he has to be in there just based on what he did as a player.
Yes. He's got the numbers, the stats, the career to warrant him in the Hall of Fame, no doubt. He's of that caliber. But a tainted history for sure for Pete Rose, who has been reinstated. The announcement Major League Baseball made was that 1919 White Sox team that threw the World Series, and I think we have definitive proof of that. There was most of the team was in on it.
Yeah.
Shoeless Joe was one of them. He's now back. Yeah, lifetime ban, I would guess, punishes you for your lifetime. So you cannot see any reward for your achievements. You'll never see it. Yeah, that seems like harsh punishment. But betting on sports, especially if it's officials, like I know in hockey, there was a referee that recently got, because, I mean, referees can call penalties that are not penalties or look the other way when referees can influence a game. Charlie Hustle, I can't believe Pete Rose would ever do anything to lose a game. So if he's betting on games, was he betting to win? Because this guy, that's
what he claimed, is that he was always that he always bet for his teams to win.
I mean, he gave 110%. He was the classic 110% kind of guy. There's no way I would believe Pete Rose would intentionally wave at a ball and say, oops, I struck out. No way. I mean, that's how he played. But still, I see where whether you're betting for or against yourself or betting even on other sports when you are an athlete, it's not a good look. It's like playing the crime bingo if you're a Montana PD. You know, it's just not a good optic. I wouldn't do it. I would stay away from that.
Yeah, I remember watching him when I was a kid. Him and Johnny Bench. I mean, and he was Pete Rose was notorious. Like, I mean, he even in an all-star game when you're not supposed to go full speed, he was like plowing people over at the plate and everything.
The guy was always on base. Every time Bench came up to bat, you know, he could hit a 2-run homer because Pete Rose was on base. The guy was always on base. Singles, every single he hit was a double because he was going to steal second, even though he's a white guy, not that fast, but he just played with such grit. Yeah, he's back. So, okay. Who's been named the manager of the Rockies? You? You should be. Or was it just?
I don't want that job.
No, you don't want that job.
I don't want that job. Yeah, they named somebody like the interim for the rest of the season. That's just a mess.
All right. Yeah, it's just a mess. This couple in Evanston. Clara is going to be on later today. Not the Mom and Dad of the Year award for Tevin and Bailey, who their apartment was just a nightmare of filth, and a 9-month-old toddler baby. I guess 9-month-old is still a baby.
Yep, that's a baby.
Was found dead. The couple, said they went to bed and then woke up in the morning and tried CPR, but I guess the result is Claire says the Evanston couple is going to get 6 months for child abuse and then 3 years probation. And I can imagine, I'll look on the Facebook comment section. I can imagine most of the feedback is that's not enough. That's not punishment enough. But the prosecutor simply didn't feel he or she could put together a case because there's no direct tie, just because there's rancid meat in the microwave and mold and dog poop on the floor, did that contribute to the death of the kid? There's no way to tie those things together, but this was not the greatest environment to grow up in, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's just it's a sad deal, and that 6 months they can get out and have their other kids.
Yeah,
That there's got to be and there's evidence too that people knew, social services, other people knew how bad the conditions were for the kids, and they still weren't taken out of them. So
yeah,
got to make sure that that's not what happens again.
Got to be more monitoring of that. Yeah. Child protection services, whatever it is, they got to get over there, like make weekly inspections for a while and make that place better. Because this couple does have another kid. They have a 3-year-old, I think. On my way through Casper last weekend, on my way to Gillette, I rolled through Casper and I saw a whole mess of wild turkeys alongside the road. Wild turkeys everywhere. Mark Hines has a story about how the spring turkey season looking pretty good. Spring hunt.
Yeah, there's some pretty big ones out there too, man. At least the ones who've been bagging some turkeys. They're massive.
Yeah, I'm looking at a photo from the story. They are pretty big. They were big when I drove by them. Yeah, they were big old turkeys. They're I guess these toms are frisky this time of year, looking to mate, and you'll see them out and about. But turkeys, despite how many of them there are, and how it seems like they're such a dumb bird. Especially in the city, it was Mark Hines had some quotes from people who have actually hunted turkeys saying, well, don't think they're an easy catch, an easy shot. There's city turkeys that do some dumb things like, why did the turkey cross the road for no apparent reason? And then there's country turkeys that are out there in the wild that they got pretty good eyesight, pretty good hearing. And they're not that easy to hunt, but there's plenty of them.
You run into any jive turkeys?
You jive turkey. No, I have not. A jive turkey would be the one that just, gives you crap about your firearm, You gonna shoot me with that shotgun? That's a piddly shotgun. Why don't you get something worthwhile? Go get what's that shotgun that the English make it. It's considered the creme de la creme of shotguns. I actually fired one. I can't think of what it is, but yeah, no, I'm sure these jive turkeys prefer to be shot by only the best.
You can take out a lot of them with a punt gun.
A punt gun? Oh, yeah.
Go out turkey hunting with the punt gun.
Kill the whole family. You gonna shoot me with that piddly gun? Yeah, I don't know how many jive turkeys are out there, but good story from Mark Hines.
What's the percentage? You get a flock of turkey. Which percentage of them are jive?
See, this is why Mark is assigned the story and not you or I trying to get quotes out of people. How many of these turkeys would you say are jive turkeys? Brandon Werner, Wyoming Game and Fish, Casper Region Wildlife Management Coordinator, would probably be a short phone call. You'd be like, hello?
You just call me a jive turkey?
Yeah, hello?
That's without a line, don't you think?
I think you just hung up on me. I could see this coming, when David Madison has a story about how oil reaction to Trump's tariffs push oil to, I don't know if it's his tariff, isn't it Trump's push to, drill to make domestic oil great again is probably causing oil prices to drop. I don't know about the tariffs, but David Madison talked to Dylan Boehner, State Economic Analysis Division smarter people than I that know stuff, and this is to be expected. It's a 4-year low in oil prices, but I think
yeah, they've been down for a little bit, and it's, as anybody who's lived in Wyoming for any length of time will know, especially with oil, it's either boom or bust.
Yeah.
But they're hovering. You need an average oil price of about 65 a barrel for drilling to make any kind of money, and we're just under that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll come up, I'm sure. Even if Trump's over there in Saudi Arabia, I saw. Saudi Arabia, he's going to be in United Arab Emirates, and he's stopping off at Qatar to pick up his new $400 million gold Air Force One. Nice little junket he's on. And maybe he'll be talking oil over there. They got a little bit of oil over there. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd be surprised they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure oil comes up whenever you're over there in the Middle East visiting those kind of, Saudi Arabia. Duh. Yeah, you'll be talking oil.
They're probably like, don't you ever want to talk about anything else?
Right. Well, Wyoming concert season looking diverse and pretty good. I know Fish, Mark Fishman, who Mark Hines talked to. Fish is a local radio guy here in Jackson Hole. I don't know the rest of the state. Cheyenne Frontier Day certainly attracts big headliner name musicians, bands, and artists, and definitely. And then Jackson has a scene like, you think of Jackson, you think of a arts and entertainment, cultural kind of place, and there's during summer every weekend there's a music act to see that's pretty darn good wherever it might be. What about the rest of the state though? They got some pretty good bands where in Casper. Any bands get up to Gillette?
Sometimes it just depends. I think it's mostly Cheyenne, Casper, Jackson. I don't know in Jackson, are they just like on vacation, decide to do a show?
No, it's actually a routing issue. Mark did point that out, and that used to be my job way back when. I used to work for an agency in New York City that booked comedians, so I know how you book an artist on a tour, and there's pickup dates, and so especially when you're out west, you got to drive such great lengths. So if you play a concert in Denver and you're scheduled to be in Idaho Falls or Seattle, whatever where your routing takes you, there's little in between to pick up. If you're in Denver on a Saturday night and you're scheduled to be in Seattle the next weekend, what do you do in between in all those days? You book stuff in Billings, you book stuff in Idaho Falls, you book stuff in Jackson Hole. It's just on the way. And you book them often cheaper. That's why you can see big name acts in Jackson, because it's not a Saturday night and the artist is willing to come down a little on their price because they would have been doing nothing anyway but driving in the RV or the truck or the bus. Yeah, there's some big concerts in Jackson. Fun. Summer's always good with some great artists. Mark Hines has a story about why and what you're going to see this summer. A lot of concerts. Some big names. What else is in the news? Should we take a quick break?
Is it time for that?
It is time for a break. I want to talk to Don Day later about his forecast for partly scuddy skies and what that might mean, and why a scud cloud is not really a white tornado. It has to do with sucking. Yeah.
And not sucking.
And not sucking. Right. And
I wonder too about the Shoeless Joe thing. I don't know if many people know a lot about him beyond Field of Dreams these days. If people only know what they saw in Field of Dreams, I think there'd be I don't know that a lot of people know much about him anymore.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. He's kind of lost to history. I saw a documentary on it. It was pretty fascinating, very interesting. That's the 1919 World Series thrown by the White Sox. Majority of their players were convinced to not play real hard. Shoeless Joe Jackson, one of them, the most famous, I guess. I mean, we don't talk about anybody else off that team.
Yeah, you'd think people would learn, but now the Rockies are. Well,
Rockies.
Although there's no way the Rockies are getting to the World Series.
Well, they're just throwing the season. I mean, it's almost as if, in other sports, you throw the season at a certain point because it guarantees you a number one draft pick. You get to a certain part of the season, you're like, well, all right, we're this bad. Let's sell off all our big contract players and tank the season and get a good draft pick next year. Baseball is less so that way, but baseball is a long time to go if you're not winning. If you're mathematically eliminated from postseason, 2 months into the season, you got a long way to go, man. 162 games of misery. And this, speaking of the White
Rockies,
Sox, what?
They are just in their division. They're 20 games back.
Yeah, and they're not going to make any kind of a run. And this is a year after we saw the worst baseball team. Just when you thought nobody could be any worse. Speaking of the White Sox, Chicago White Sox had a historically bad season last year. And
yeah, the White Sox right now, they're 14 and a half games back. So the White Sox are doing a lot better than the Rockies.
Yeah.
They're not doing that good.
Colorado took a look at the White Sox last year and said, it's nothing. Watch this. And yeah, Colorado is playing as if somebody were paying them to throw games during the regular season. I mean, that's how bad it's gotten, but I'm sure they're trying as hard as they can. They're just not good. I mean, they're not the Yankees. We know that.
Nope.
We'll be right back.
Nope. Well,
want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming?
Yeah,
we wore you out. Okay. All right, man.
I do gotta go. But thanks a lot, man. It was fun.
Yeah, all right. You bet. Greg Johnson saying goodbye, and we'll take a quick break here.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back after break. It's a Wednesday, May 14. Remains found by construction workers in that Cheyenne field. That was 7 months ago that we first learned of this. Claire McFarland had the story that a construction crew that was working clearing a field in Laramie County just south of Cheyenne that last October had uncovered during the course of their work human bones, mostly skeletal. I don't know there was much of any flesh, so they knew this, whoever they found had been dead for a while. We finally have a name attached to the remains, and it's unfortunate. Roy Moats. It says here of Laramie County. Moats spent most of his life in Big Piney, from what I was able to find. But it is Roy Moats of Big Piney who was found. The Laramie County Coroner's Office confirmed the identity with Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily. Roy Moats, 59-year-old, would have been 60, would have turned 60 here pretty soon. When the bones were found, this was off the Terry Ranch Road, October 14th. Moats had been missing at that time for 5 months. Now, nobody knew at the time whether to connect the remains with Moats. There are missing people in Wyoming, unfortunately, more than one at any given time, so you don't know until a coroner is able to ascertain whether you find remains of what missing person. The crew was installing infrastructure in the area on private land when they came across bones that were scattered about. Laramie County Coroner Rebecca Reed said at that time that the bones were in the skeletal phase of decomposition. Once a bone or two was found, a 2-day, 50-person grid pattern search was launched in order to find all remains possible. And it was collected for the coroner. The coroner, along with forensic anthropologist Dr. Diane France of Wyoming DCI, were able to identify the remains as Moats. The identification came April 9th. Moats was last seen May 18, almost a year ago, May 18, 2024. A story in the Cowboy State Daily. It sounded like this. Here's Claire talking with Wendy Core.
The man whose remains were found last fall in a field outside Cheyenne has been identified. 59-year-old Roy Motes of Laramie County has been identified as the person whose remains prompted a 2-day, 50-person grid work pattern search in a private field last October. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that because of the condition of the remains, the Laramie County coroner has deemed the cause and manner of death undetermined. However, her office added that no trauma or foul play are suspected.
When they say no foul play, what they're saying is we don't think any criminal activity was afoot. They're not saying that it couldn't have been something unnatural. I don't believe that designator rules out things like animal attacks, heart attacks, a lone bike wreck, or a suicide.
Motes had been missing for 5 months when a construction crew found a body part while mowing a field off of Terry Ranch Road on October 14th.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Wendy. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We'll go down the Wind River Canyon. Jackie Dorothy will be with us tomorrow. She can talk more. She has mentioned what it's like to drive Wind River Canyon. Many of us in Wyoming have made that trip. If you're headed south of Thermopolis, and the next town you will encounter south of Thermopolis is Shoshone, and that requires you driving the Wind River Canyon. It is incredibly scenic, and it is incredibly tight. That is a legit canyon. Like, the sun don't shine down in that canyon, kind of tight. And lots of rocks, rock wall on either side, and there's only room for that skinny little highway for the Wind River and for a railroad over there on the far side of the river. The railroad came first, and then they pave a road. Now we got a highway. It's US 20. But in spring, with spring runoff, this is the season to have rock slides. And whenever you encounter those signs warning falling rock that most of us just ignore out of habit. I mean, falling rock signs are everywhere. And have you ever seen a rock fall? Not likely in your driving experience, unless you're Jackie Dorth, unless you spend a lot of time in the Wind River Canyon. It really is probably the most folly rocky place there is. Falling rock, a falling rock advisory in the Wind River Canyon in spring is for real. And you better heads up. You better have a head on a swivel because there's a lot of rocks falling. Jackie Dorothy talks about it here. We'll talk to her live tomorrow about it more. But what is it like to drive the Wind River Canyon? Sometimes a little bit of a game of Frogger trying to get by the rocks.
The cliffs of the Wind River Canyon in central Wyoming soar into the sky on the east side of US Highway 20 and drop off into the Wind River below on the west, literally. Spring is the busiest time for big chunks of the mountain to break off, causing rock slides and mudslides across the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that drivers are reminded to be aware of the falling boulders that could come down at any time.
So when you see a rock fall in the canyon, just call the highway patrol and they will send out not only their guys, but they'll also get a hold of YDOT who will clean the mess up. Because those rocks, no matter how big, I mean, I've seen ones that were just the size of my fist that have caused damage. YDOT has actually gone into the canyon, especially in the last 10 years, and they've identified rocks that are going to fall, regardless if they do it or nature does it. So they have sent up actual mountain climbers to excavate these rocks and make them fall. There's been many times when I was stopped in the canyon watching these giant boulders come tumbling down in a controlled environment. So they are doing things to make the canyon safer.
YDOT has hired a consultant to look at any possible redundant route which could be used in the event of an emergency. Department spokesperson Cody Beers said it would only take one really big rock slide to cause an extended closure of that canyon, which could take weeks and probably months to clear out.
Yeah, when you Look at a map of Wyoming in that area. I don't know where else you could make a north-south highway that would get you from Thermop to Shoshone. I mean, it's just, I don't know how else you would do it. The canyon is it. You're just going to have to deal with falling rock. Even if it's you bringing down the rock, it'd be a fun job to be a mountain climber and be assigned to go knock down that big boulder. There's been some legit, like, big mudslides, big rock slides in that canyon. Then there's just been the occasional rock here and there, which on that windy, twisty canyon road can be a problem. You hit a rock that's the size of a football, and that could knock you right off the canyon, right off the road and into the river. It's just, it's slow going through that canyon, and especially if RVs are in front of you, it can be very slow going and aggravating, but it is one kind of a scenic drive. Wind River Canyon, beautiful drive. One is so nice you don't mind the slow going, I guess. We'll take a top of the hour break. Be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A downward ripple in the price of oil for Wyoming producers caused by a response to President Donald Trump's tariffs may be leveling out. That's what leading Wyoming economists are reporting in their most recent analysis of the market. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that oil prices have dropped to their lowest levels since 2021.
The current depression in the oil price probably was brought on by the general chill in the economy surrounding tariffs. The oil price isn't at a level where it would inspire a lot of new rig development. And in fact, we've seen the number of rigs in Wyoming drop slightly and the number of jobs in the oil and gas industry drop slightly.
On Tuesday, crude oil futures jumped by more than $1 a barrel, apparently boosted by a temporary cut in U.S.-China tariffs and a better-than-expected inflation report. Well, for the majority of Wyoming's Legislative Judiciary Committee, revising the state's obscenity laws was such a high priority for this year's bill drafting season, the committee's co-chair couldn't remember which priority placed second after it. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this focus for lawmakers follows years of controversy in multiple counties over sexually graphic books being made available to kids in both school and public library systems.
There's a case from the early 70s out of California where the Supreme Court was like, okay, we have made a test that defines obscenity, and this is a sound legal test. It's a 50-year test, but Wyoming lawmakers and Wyoming communities keep butting against it when they find things in libraries that are sexually graphic. Lawmakers are like, how do we make a new category that keeps this stuff out of libraries, but isn't inviting lawfare against librarians, isn't butting up against the First Amendment and far exceeding that test that the High Court set.
The Joint Judiciary Committee is scheduled to take up the obscenity topic for the months-long interim period between winter lawmaking sessions starting May 20th at Eastern Wyoming College in Torrington. Well, outside the mainstay of country music, Wyoming might at one time have been considered a concert desert. While the Cowboy State still loves country music as much as ever, it's also increasingly drawing artists from a wide variety of genres, including electronica, reggae, blues, Americana, and more. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there are 15 concerts booked at Snow King Mountain near Jackson this summer alone. That's roughly twice as many as last year.
This summer, we've got some pretty big names, like anybody who's into alternative music will instantly recognize the name Primus. They're coming to Jackson this summer. Thievery Corporation, they're kind of a house electronic band, electronic music type band that I'm really into. They're coming, as well as, we also got country artists and bluegrass and the things that you'd expect to be played in Wyoming. That's still there, but we're seeing a great expansion, not only in the number of artists, but in the kind of artists.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has always pulled in major artists, but usually in country music. But recently, it's expanded the roster to include other genres such as hip-hop and rock. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
That narrow cloud you might see funneling its way to the ground this time of year might not be a tornado. It could be an ordinary scud cloud, which looks a lot like a tornado. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that scud clouds have one major difference from a tornado.
Scuds don't suck, and that's why they are not tornadoes. But they are still a severe thunderstorm or adjacent to it, so you can still get high winds, heavy rain, and hail. Whatever's happening in the thunderstorm can happen in the scud. Scuds are pieces of a big cloud that have broken off in a sense and then dropped lower to the ground, and they make this kind of vertical column shape that looks like it could be a tornado funnel. They even look like they're spinning from the outside, but they're not tornadoes because there is no sucking going on inside or outside a scud, so it can't be a tornado. If a scud starts sucking things up, then you need to run because it is.
For the record, there's no explanation why they're called scuds, but meteorologist Don Day has a theory that saying scud is easier than saying Panis fractus cloud. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake is back. Medical experts, doctors say that the new latest health trend is fart walking. No comment, please, from the peanut gallery. But apparently, the practice of crop dusting, as it's known, I need a better sound effect. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Doctors say that's actually healthy rather than let it build up. How many guys have said that to their girlfriend or wife after they let one go accidentally? Well, it's better than holding it in. It's not healthy. Doctors agree. Mostly male doctors, probably. But yeah, that guy that went down the produce aisle ahead of you and you're like, oh, man, what happened here? That's just somebody practicing a new health trend. Fart walking. A real doctor on the interwebs, anyway. Dr. Tim Tutian, internal medicine physician, New York City's Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, says walking after meals does promote some intestinal motility, otherwise known as the need to let one rip after you have to rip. I mean, you either do it outside when you're walking or you do it inside in the lazy boy while you're watching the Yankees lose yet another game. That's what I think of this game. And then everybody in the house has got, oh, Dad, Grandpa. Better to be outside and do it your business outside. Fart walking. I totally support fart walks, said Dr. Teaton. Great way to start the hour, right? For our new affiliates on radio, I promise this is not usually where we go this early in the morning. It's just, sometimes it happens. And, it is a doctor. This is real news on the interwebs with real doctors saying that, fart walking is the new health trend. Up in Montana, David Madison has a couple of stories regarding oil prices. I don't, what do I know about the economy and Donald Trump's tariffs? And I'll tell you what I know, like zero. I know more about fart walking than I know about the tariffs and oil prices. But the headline from David Madison, reaction to Trump's tariffs has helped push Wyoming oil prices to a 4-year low. And we know when, crude oil is down in the $60 a barrel place, nobody wants to drill. It's not worth it for oil drillers, oil extractors in Wyoming to even fire up the rig when oil is $65 a barrel, which it is now, right? Actually under that. Crude oil spent most of the month of April hovering around $63.50 a barrel. That's less than it was April of 2024, and it's a new 4-year low since 2021. Now, what's good news at the pump for you and I when we go to fill up is not good news for oil drillers in Wyoming. If oil is cheap, gas is cheap, nobody wants to go extract it or manufacture. You don't see a lot of oil rigs, a lot of oil companies jumping to fire up the rigs again. And in the story, its tariffs are pointed to as the reason for the chill on the oil economy. I would like to speculate it's not necessarily the tariffs. And it's more the push to add domestic production of oil. I mean, oil prices follow basically what OPEC, how much they open the spigot. That's the way it's been since the 60s, 70s. I don't know when OPEC was around, but remember the gas rationing in the 70s? Oh, I'll tell you what, kids, if you weren't alive then, I wasn't driving a car then, but I recall, we had the gas shortage and you could only fill up on odd or even numbered days according to your license plate. Gas was so rationed that you were only allowed to go to a gas station and fill your tank on, if it was even day like today, May 14th, then your license plate had to end with an even number or you couldn't fill up. I don't know who regulated that. It wasn't like there was an attendant going, hey, get out of line, and you'd be arrested. But you would be shamed by your peers. There would be peer shaming. There'd be bullying. Yeah, that was a weird time. The price of crude oil fluctuates according to what these ninnies in Wall Street want to trade it for. It doesn't take much, a hurricane in the Gulf, and then crude oil goes up. But basically, it's controlled by how much oil is produced or released by OPEC. It always has been. Now, there's other nations that have gotten into the oil game, other places where oil comes from, but, the Middle East controls oil prices by how much they export. And if they feel like driving oil prices up, they'll export less and vice versa. That's been a given for decades. But what if the U.S. says, you know what, we got plenty of oil, we just have to get it? That could be a game changer. And if Trump is saying, I want to reduce the red tape for oil extraction, I want to help the mining industry, I want more domestic oil produced, that would theoretically flood the market. And just the thought of that the U.S. could be a major oil exporter or oil producer would drive oil prices down. And I don't know what the tariffs have to do with it. I mean, you tack a tariff onto oil produced by Saudi Arabia. Are they under, are we paying a bunch more for that crude oil barrel? I don't know if it's the tariffs or just the idea that the U.S. is going to flood the market with oil as well as the Middle East. But anyway, the stories in the Cowboy State Daily. David Madison has it. Downward ripple of the price of oil for Wyoming producers has been caused by President Donald Trump's tariffs. Wyoming Department of Administration and Information reports. And David Madison talked to a guy named Dylan Boehner. He's with the State Economic Analysis Division. They released the latest monthly Wyoming Insight Report on Monday. And it showed oil prices dropping to the lowest level since 2021. Boehner speculates and says it's what most economists, including us, expected in terms of the global market uncertainty and global reactions to Trump tariffs that we've been seeing in the headlines. The price of oil has dropped as a direct reaction to that, says Boehner. Well, Boehner would know better than I whether it's because of the Trump tariffs. I say, global reactions to the idea that the U.S. is going to start pumping oil. I don't know if it's the tariffs, but that's what Boehner says, and that's the world he lives in. I'm just a guy who passes gas while I'm walking and talks and passes gas on the radio, just blowing hot air 24/7 on a radio station. But yeah, David Madison has more on this as he talked to Wendy Core about oil prices at a 4-year low. Why is that?
A downward ripple in the price of oil for Wyoming producers caused by a response to President Donald Trump's tariffs may be leveling out. That's what leading Wyoming economists are reporting in their most recent analysis of the market. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that oil prices have dropped to their lowest levels since 2021.
There are a number of organizations that keep track of Wyoming's oil industry, including the Wyoming Department of Administration and Information. One of their chief economists, we spoke with him, and he was crunching some numbers, and he thinks that the current depression in the oil price probably was brought on by the general chill in the economy surrounding tariffs. The oil price isn't at a level where it would inspire a lot of new rig development. And in fact, we've seen the number of rigs in Wyoming drop slightly, and the number of jobs in the oil and gas industry drop slightly. However, most recent news is that there's this deal over tariffs with China, and that in the short term, just as we were putting the story together, there seemed to be an uptick in demand and in price for oil futures.
On Tuesday, crude oil futures jumped by more than $1 a barrel, apparently boosted by a temporary cut in U.S.-China tariffs and a better than expected inflation report.
Well, I know this much about the global market and economy of oil, that Wyoming has Wyomingites are in a unique position when it comes to oil. And we live on both edges of the sword. We live on both sides. One, if crude oil prices are suppressed, if they're really low, that's good news at the pump. We can fill up our Ford, Dodge, and Chevy trucks at a cheaper rate. Usually, although all too often those two things do not correlate. When you see oil prices at an all-time low, Does that mean you're paying an all-time low at the gas station? Not always. Theoretically, those two things should correlate, though. So you'll be happy filling up at the gas station when oil prices are depressed. But the state economy, which you also depend on, the state economy, the revenue coming into the state, that money affects your life, that is also affected. So it might be fun at the gas pump, but it's not so fun if you're in the oil mining industry and the revenues aren't pouring into the state and things are bad on that end. So, yeah, then when oil prices go up, mining looks good and the state revenues are great, but you're getting squeezed at the gas pump. See, we never get it fully how we want it in Wyoming, unfortunately, when it comes to gas prices and the price of oil. Let's get into the Zoom room. Let's welcome in Don Day, our day weather forecast guy. Don Day, you know where we're going with this conversation.
The outdoor wedding?
No, not for the wedding. I'm not worried about that. I mean, it's going to be, it is what it is. I can't make weather all about me. We'll do that some other time, though. I'll make you forecast weather for my weddings. No, we saw a quote from you today calling for partly scuddy skies. I'm like, I've not heard of that term before. Why is a scud cloud not the same as a white tornado? And I didn't know either of those two things existed in the world. Maybe they don't. What is a scud cloud?
A scud cloud forms when I like to call it a debris cloud, meaning that it's going to be part of usually a big front or a thunderstorm complex where you have very turbulent air and a lot of moisture, and the cloud kind of breaks off from the main cloud and hangs low to the ground. They can be quite ugly looking and change a lot and move around a lot. A lot of times they are mistaken for tornadoes or other things. So scud clouds happen when there's a lot of weather. They're not going to do anything bad. They just look scary.
Yeah, it's just a rogue piece of cloud that's been kicked out of the regular group of clouds. Maybe it did something wrong. Are they always low to the ground or not necessarily?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to be low to the ground.
So it's
and you got to have a lot of moisture.
It's a renegade naughty cloud that's been kicked out of the heavens, and it's going to just float down to earth. And it might be a tornado, except it doesn't suck or spin. Right? I mean, it
doesn't suck. Scud clouds do not suck. Yes.
And then, that's something, unfortunately, if you see it from a distance, you're not going to know whether that's a tornado and sucking things unless you see cars flying out of the top of it. But you can look at its structure, and if it looks like even the scud cloud, which is broken off from the main clouds, also has pieces of it. It looks like a cotton candy that the guy who spun it didn't do a really good job. There's pieces of it falling off, That's probably not a tornado. Tornado is going to be more, cleaner, edged, or funnily.
Right, gonna be more put together. But
yeah.
When you do see them, you're around weather. You're around either a strong frontal system or some thunderstorms. It's not what you call a fair weather cloud at all.
And today, I don't know, you might see a scud or two today. It's going to be cloudy and a little rainy, a little snowy throughout the day. What kind of clouds are we going to see today, by the way?
Oh, a little bit of everything. I mean, I saw some lenticulars this morning. We've had some rain showers. We've had some snow in the high country. We'll have cumulonimbus clouds later on with some thunderstorms in the eastern side of the state. There's a little bit of everything. It's a cornucopia of different weather elements. And that's really going to be how it's going to go for a while. We're entering a phase here starting today that's probably going to go through next Tuesday or Wednesday, where off and on, not continuously, but off and on, systems will bring showers and thunderstorms. It's not going to be terribly cold, but, at times it's been like summer here lately in parts of the state and region, but we're not going to see that now. It's going to be a bit unsettled between now and the middle of next week, but that's good because that's going to bring more moisture. I was looking at some rainfall totals. Another wet night in the Bighorn Basin. We don't normally talk about the Bighorn Basin, and you don't ever usually put wet and Bighorn Basin together. But like Warland and Grable, over 0.6 of an inch of rain overnight. That's a lot of rain for them. And another nice shot of rain for Sheridan. Sheridan's now 3.5 inches above average for the year. So that northern half of the state is just going to look like Ireland if it isn't already.
Yeah. Yeah, and that rain, these cooler, more moderate temps anyway, not 80s, is going to be good for that snowpack. Get a little gradual snowpack melt rather than, 5 days in a row of 80. That's not going to be good in the spring. All right, nice weather forecast, and a mixed bag of clouds is what you got to look for. Maybe some scuds in there. But there
could be some scuds. If you see a scud, Jake, take a picture. Take a picture for me.
Okay. Nothing to be worried about. They're not terribly dangerous. Thanks, Don. Have a good Wednesday. Day weather forecast. We're going to get in the room with a author with a book that you've got to read. You're going to love this. When we come back, take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here on this Wednesday. We welcome into the conversation Ross Halperin. First-time author, I think.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you know where we have to start. And welcome to the show, Ross. So great to have you on.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Before we talk about your book, which drops this month, is it out now, by the way? Bear Witness, A Crusade for Justice in a Violent Land. Is it available yet?
Yes, at long last, after 7 years of work and a lot of trips to Honduras and a lot of drafting and redrafting, the book is finally out. It dropped yesterday. So obviously you can get it online, but also your local bookshop should have it in stock as well. And it's exciting to finally have it out there.
Now, books take a long, especially one like this, they take a long time from beginning draft to, actually being out there and available. This one might take taking a little extra time because Ross Halpern is not an author. He is not a writer, but he is now. First off, we got to ask you before we dig into the book and what it's about. How does a Harvard grad who you went to Harvard for statistics? How are you now a journalist? Like, what happened? And so often what happens is you found something in life that just it just sparked a passion in you. How'd you go from statistics in Harvard to a journalist now?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said. I mean, I was working for criminologists. I was very interested in issues of criminal justice, policing, incarceration. And this guy named David Kennedy, who is a criminologist at John Jay in New York, and he's really more than that. He's someone who knows how to go into very violent neighborhoods and work with police and prosecutors and the community to drastically reduce the amount of violence, the amount of shooting. And back in the summer of 2017, he got very interested in the problem of impunity in the United States. While in most other wealthy developed countries in Asia and Europe, maybe 90% plus of murders are solved and a significant percentage of the non-fatal shootings are solved. Whereas in the United States, that's not the case. So maybe 50, 60% of murders are solved nationally and a much lower percentage of non-fatal shootings are ever solved. So we did a bunch of research into that issue, read, talked to people, and then the capstone of that project was a summit that he organized in New York with 20 experts on homicide. And so the city's chief of detectives was there, a bunch of academics with relevant expertises were there, and the person who ended up being the subject of my book, Kurt Verbeek, video conferenced in from Honduras. And, in maybe a 20-minute PowerPoint presentation, he just told his story and what they had done. And as you say, it was one of those moments where you felt that spark inside of you. And I was so fascinated, both in terms of what he was saying, how it shed light on some of the impunity stuff we were thinking about in the US, and then also just him as a person and what he had done and who he was. So that's how it all started. I said, hey, I want to learn more. I want to write about this. And a few weeks later, I was in Honduras.
And it's a story that really needs to be told when you find out more about Kurt Verbeek and Carlos Hernandez. Who are these two guys? They're in Honduras. They're in a town, a city known to be dangerous. I mean, your lifespan where they were is not real good if you don't play ball. And this sounds like the Wild West. It's got everything. It's got local gangs, local thugs. Then it's got an organized like land baron tycoon guy who's got 1,000 people to do his bidding, armed. And then it's corrupt, cops, corrupt law enforcement. It sounds like 1880s Wyoming in some ways. It's crazy, this story. Who are Kurt Verbeek and Carlos Hernandez?
Yeah, so Kurt is an American. He grew up in suburban Chicago. Carlos is a Honduran. And they are people who became best friends at a young age. And that best friendship really revolves around their shared commitment to extreme courage, extreme faith, and extreme altruism. And the first really big sort of wild thing that they do is move with their families. They have wives and kids at the time into what is considered to be one of the poorest and most dangerous barrios in Honduras. And the first, I don't know, 10 or so years they're there approximately, they're doing all the stuff that humanitarians and missionaries typically do to help the poor. They're doing education and healthcare and land titling and water. And it's all wonderful work and helpful. But at a certain point, they come to conclude that that can only have so much impact when there's a gang wreaking havoc on everyone's lives, when they're extorting small business people, when they're scaring kids from being able to walk to school, when people are getting murdered and shot and hurt. All that other stuff can only have so much impact. So that's the point in time. And that's really where the book starts, when they say, hey, we're going to start doing something different. And it's radical, it's idiosyncratic. Some might even say it's quixotic, but we are going to take on crime. And as you say, the first thing that they do is take on this gang. And the way they do that is by doing something that governments typically do, but they start solving homicides.
Interesting. This is evangelism like you're not used to. These evangelists doing missionary work, spreading the gospel, find out they first have to fight crime. They have to eliminate homicide. They have to solve homicides. That's hands-on work. And I think, Kurt and Carlos found they had lofty goals in mind to spread the gospel and peace, but they found sometimes they had to maybe compromise their ideas and get down in the filth with some shady characters. And what they did, I mean, truly unique and super dangerous, right, Ross?
Very dangerous, yeah. And I think it's interesting because where they look to for inspiration when it comes to facing danger is the earliest Christians. And they look at people like Jesus and his earliest followers. And, people take a lot of different conclusions for that. But what they really see is a story of extraordinary courage and people who had ideas that at the time were very niche and radical and would push those ideas at the expense of their lives and becoming martyrs, and they still did it. So in some sense, what they're trying to do is reignite that sense of courage into modern Christianity. And they have really interesting takes on theology. I think most people associate the New Testament with things like forgiveness and turning your cheek, and that's how you respond to victimization. But for a variety of reasons, they think that the New Testament is much more about justice than other people do. So they feel that what they are doing, meting out justice, taking this sort of tougher approach with criminals, is in sync, not in contradiction with their faith.
Interesting. I mean, we know the Old Testament is full of a lot of smoting, as was Honduras in the 90s, I think. But yes, there is some elements, and you said, this perception, Jesus as the dove, and certainly that's how he came in. But when he comes back, the New Testament talks about a different kind of redeemer, and there will be justice meted out. But we're getting a little biblical. I want to get back to Kurt and Carlos, and I'm sure this book, and we're talking to Ross Halperin, by the way, author of Bear Witness, A Crusade for Justice in a Violent Land. It's out now, released yesterday, and it follows the life's work of Kurt and Carlos. Their efforts, by the way, in Honduras now have made an association for a more just society. They formed ASJ. This book, does it include like stories of some of the jams they got in, like they should not be alive today, like whoa?
Yeah, I mean, over and over again, they are stepping into extremely dangerous situations. So you alluded to this earlier, but after taking on a gang in their community, one of the things they do is say, look, we can do this type of work at a small scale, but as of 2011, Honduras was the country with the highest homicide rate in the world. It was so dangerous that the Peace Corps said, we are pulling our people out of here. It was about as dangerous and lawless and chaotic as a country that's not at war could get. And one of the contributing factors to that was a terribly corrupted police force that was infiltrated by narco trafficking and all sorts of other terrible things. And the organization you mentioned, ASJ, which Kurt and Carlos run, shifted gears. And they said, instead of sort of replicating the work of police and prosecutors, we are going to try to reform the police. And at the time, that was something no one else would dare touch. And the back half of the story is really about them figuring out a way to accumulate political power and then using that political power to purge the police. And that's something that people have been trying to do. And by purge the police, I mean fire the bad cops and replace them with good ones. And that is something that people have been trying or wanting to do in Honduras for a very, very long time, but no one ever pulled off. And lo and behold, at great risk to themselves, they did pull that off, but at a great cost. I mean, Carlos received a pretty concrete death threat and spends his days traveling around in an armored car with armed security guards and doesn't get to live in the place he wants to live anymore because he needs to live in a special guarded area. So the threat is always there. And that's just one of the many things that they've done that have resulted in danger.
Wow, that is such a bold form of evangelism. This is not just handing out Bibles on the down low here and there. This is a crusade, man. Ross, you've been over there. Give us an idea. I mean, what it's like. Is it better today in this part of Honduras? A little bit better, a lot better. What is it like? Did you feel like this is a sketch place? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I spent so much time down there that it just kind of feels at a certain point you get used to it. And I had lived with a family and was in a very I was staying in the neighborhood I wrote about, Nueva Suyapa, but it was a great situation. And I mean, yeah, there is a feeling of danger when you do this type of work. You know, you have to be very judicious. It's hard because as a journalist, you have to talk to people. You have to be very proactive and aggressive about hitting people up and WhatsApping them and walking into their office. But, you know, in Nueva Suyapa and really in the city in general, you can't do that always. And especially when it comes to investigating corruption or crimes or gangs. So that's one of the challenges of doing the reporting, deciding how much to expose yourself, even though that's something that you have to do. And yeah, I mean, it's great. You know, one of the cool things about doing this work is you really get to know another country, develop a real connection to it. I made a lot of great relationships down there. But as you say, you know, despite the sort of great work this organization has done, it's still a place that's really poor and corrupt and violent and with a lot of problems. And it's not easy to get work done there, you know, to do this type of work, to find the court filings you want, to find the newspaper articles you want. There's a lot of like administrative and logistical challenges we're not used to dealing with here in the U.S.
Just one more thing, Ross, before we let you go. So without this book, without this, I wouldn't have known, and I'm sure a lot of Americans would not have known the story of Kurt and Carlos, the work of ASJ. That would have been just something that happens over there in Honduras. So I'm glad there's a book. I'm glad you're telling the story. Everybody get out, you know, get that book. Where is it? Amazon, Barnes and Noble, bookstores everywhere. Yeah, go.
Yes, sir.
Go look for that. Ross Halperin, the author of Bear Witness, A Crusade for Justice in a Violent Land. Check out that, just dropped yesterday. Yeah, one last thing. The Trump administration, you know, I don't know how they do the work they do. It requires certainly courage and it requires money. What doesn't? President Trump, in his first term in 2019, cut aid to Honduras. It was probably named one of those, you know, S-hole countries that the America just didn't want to be bothered with, according to President Trump. I'm sure now in Trump 2, there's probably not a lot of money pouring out of the U.S. into Honduras. How do they do it? Has that affected the crusade at all? And how does ASJ keep going?
Yeah, so for a lot of its history, ASJ was a pretty, for lack of a better word, like small time organization. They did most of their fundraising by traveling to churches in the US and Canada and telling their story and just raising money that way from individuals. But as they became this sort of larger and more politically powerful organization, let's call it 2014, 2015, they started getting money from the American government to support the work that they were doing. And when Trump announced the aid cut during his first term, which would have been like early 2019, this posed an almost existential crisis for the charity because at that point, 50% of their funding was coming from the American government, and they were going to lose it in, I think it was a matter of 6 months. And, they're employing at that point 180 people. So a lot of those jobs were on the line. So I was there at that board meeting when they started to worry about that. And they were able to replace a lot of that money pretty quickly from private donations, individuals, and foundations. But after that point, they were very deliberate about not being overexposed to aid money. So even when it came back during the Biden administration, they didn't want that to be their main source of support. So fast forward to recent times, and only about 10% of their funding has been coming from the American government. So while the aid cut obviously will affect them a little bit, it won't be to as large of an extent.
Well, the bold work, the hands-on, different kind of missionary work of Kurt Verbeek and Carlos Hernandez now has blossomed into a more just Association for a More Just Society, ASJ. The efforts in Honduras, probably little known to most Americans, but now we know more. Bear Witness, read the new book by Ross Halpern, Bear Witness, A Crusade for Justice in a Violent Land. You got another book in you, Ross? What do you think?
We'll see. I've got an idea, but you really gotta be passionate about a topic to commit this amount of time to it. So you got to make sure you're really ready to go. But we'll see.
Well, I'm happy for you, and I'm excited for the people that can get turned on to this, the Christian missionary work of these two guys in Honduras. Very much needed, and a story very much needing to be told. Thanks, Ross, for the book. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for your time. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, take care.
You too. We're going to take a quick break here. Thank you for Ross Halpern for being on and talking about his new book. We're going to get into the Zoom room with Andrew Rossi right after this break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit FathersIncorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Wednesday. Andrew Rossi into the conversation. Today's weather forecast across Wyoming calls for partly scuddy clouds. Something like that. What is a scud cloud, Andrew?
Well, the fun thing is, Jake, you don't even have to call it a scud cloud. It's just a scud.
Oh. I am looking outside right now, and I think I see a scud, and I'm worried it looks a lot like a tornado. But you explain, with help from Don Day, famed meteorologist, that scud cloud's not dangerous, really.
No, because they don't suck is the basic gist of it. A tornado sucks things up, as I'm sure most people know, but a scud cloud, it's basically a piece of a bigger cloud that's broken off and then formed a column between the bottom of the cloud that looks like it's reaching towards the ground. So it's a cloud of severe weather, like a severe thunderstorm, and they typically form on the underside of thunderstorms, but they're not sucking anything into them. It's not a vacuum like a tornado would be. So they're just weird shaped clouds that can resemble tornadoes, and you can see a scud during a tornado or after a tornado, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if you see a scud, there's a tornado in the area. They're more common than that.
Yeah, they do look, some of these look very suspiciously like a white tornado as I take a look at some of the photos in the story from Andrew Rossi. But where some folks from Kansas might be running in fear, more informed Wyomingites who read the Cowboy State Daily would know that's just a renegade cloud that broke off with its friend of clouds. It's not spinning, it's not sucking, it's a scud.
And we don't see them very often in Wyoming because they form in areas with high humidity, and we don't get a lot of thunderstorms as it is. But I mean, high humidity in Wyoming, that's not really a thing. So we can get scuds in Wyoming, but not as frequently as in other places.
Oh, I didn't know that. So I'm not going to try to go out scud watching today. It might be also rare in Wyoming, elephants. Hardly ever run across any elephants unless you're in Jackson up there at the National Museum of Wildlife Art. And they got a pretty cool opportunity to have an outdoor sculpture. They've had stuff on this outdoor, outside the museum, which is a fantastic museum. If you haven't been, you got to check it out. But they've had outdoor exhibits that are really cool, international kind of stuff. And this is another one. This is pretty neat to come to a museum in Wyoming. Pretty rare. Where has this been, and how did we get it?
Well, it's a long story. So the story starts in India. So the Great Elephant Migration is a collection of 100 life-size sculptures of Indian elephants, and not just generic Indian elephants. Each sculpture is modeled after an actual living elephant that lives on a reserve over in India. I can't remember the exact name, but They're artisans that live in the vicinity of that reserve, and they sculpted these sculptures based on the elephants that they knew. And now they're doing a nationwide migration to increase awareness and advocacy for elephants and conservation and coexistence. So 32 of those elements are going to be at the museum, the National Museum of Wildlife Art in Jackson. They should be getting there this week, and then they're going to be there for about a month. And it's a really cool exhibit. And if you want to pick up an elephant while you're there, they are available for purchase. I think all of the calves have been sold, but they have some matriarchs and some tuskers, which are the males with the tusks. It's only in Asian elephants, only the males have prominent tusks.
Wait a minute, you're not talking about like go to the gift store and get a miniature. You're like buying one of the elephants?
Yeah, full-size elephants. If you have, I think a matriarch cart costs somewhere in the neighborhood of like $18,000. So if you have $18,000 lying around and you want to take an elephant matriarch home with you, you can't do it right then and there because the migration started in Rhode Island. It went to New York City, went to Tampa, went to Texas, and then they wanted to make a stop in the Rocky Mountain region. So they're actually stopping one part of the herds in Jackson, the other one's going up to the Blackfeet Reservation, and then the migration's ending in Los Angeles in July. At that point, the elephants that have been sold are going to be delivered to their respective owners. So if you wanted to pick up an elephant in Jackson, you would have it delivered to you in August or September.
Oh my! I didn't know that each of these elephants was fashioned after an actual elephant. Like, somebody made them and said, "Yeah, that's that one elephant. That's cool." Elephants are cool in general. They're so smart. They're capable of like human type emotion. They mourn for their dead. All these kind of things. I love elephants.
And did you know that there was a paper release a couple of years ago, I believe, that theorized that they might even have a form of religion?
Oh my goodness. I would not discount that. We just saw that earthquake over there in the San Diego Zoo when the elephants did their protection ring around the young. Like, oh, they're so incredible. We could learn a lot from elephants instead of like killing them for their ivory. Yeah, this is really neat to bring awareness, really neat art thing. And I can almost guarantee you, Andrew, that coming to 32 of these elephant elements are coming to Jackson. 32 of them are going to be bought by Jackson type people who love art, who have the means. I bet you sell all of them things when it's all said and done.
I imagine that was part of the allure of heading to Jackson. But then the other thing, too, is that I spoke with the National Museum of Wildlife Art, and the message of coexistence really resonated with them. I mean, the whole mission of the Great Elephant Migration is that people in India have to coexist with these elephants. It's a tongue twister.
Yeah.
But yeah, these elephants live in their environments. They eat a lot of the food that is cultivated as crops in that part. So we have to learn how to live together so that we don't lose our natural wonders. And as I'm sure you know, Jackson's all about coexistence with grizzlies and moose and elk and everything else. So the idea of an art installation that talks about coexistence with wildlife is something that's very powerful in Jackson. They believe that that message will resonate with people as they swing by to see what this is all about.
Coexist, a very important message in Jackson, coexisting with wildlife. Wildlife's in your backyard in Jackson, and you have to learn to coexist. Let's go to Cody. Spirit Cave, is that you? Because I did want to talk about that.
No, that was Leo. Leo
Okay.
is the daredevil who's. I have been inside Spirit Cave,
Have
but not
you?
to the extent that he has. No, I didn't don a helmet and go deep into the bowels that
Yeah.
he did, or take a picture hanging over a crevice like that. Caves aren't my thing.
I'm scared to spelunk. I know. The Cody Fire Department. This seems like some ticky-tacky stuff. I can't, I'm trying to like, who do I side with on this one? Cody Volunteer Fire Department says they're not going to be in the parade if they can't throw water balloons. This sounds like, 8-year-old tantrum, but I can see the fire department's thing. They've been told, hey, stop throwing candy. Oh, now they're told that you can't throw your water balloons like you've been doing. They're like, oh, is this a nanny society where insurance companies tell you everything you can and can't do? And Oh, this is just, there's no good out of this story.
Well, I mean, I think that's the takeaway is that, yes, this is the society where insurance companies can tell, because the frame it, I spoke with the Cody Stampede Parade Committee. They're a group of volunteers that organize this whole thing year after year. If they want to have a parade, they have to get permits to have the parade. They need permits from the city of Cody because it's a city street, but they also need permits from YDOT because Sheridan Avenue in Cody is part of US Highway 141620, which is the east route to Yellowstone. So you have to get permission to close a federal highway for parade. And Cody has 3 parades on July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So it's a big ask. And YDOT and the city of Cody aren't going to grant those permits unless they have liability insurance. And it costs a lot to get that insurance. And there are only so many companies that are willing to insure a parade like that. So when I was speaking to the parade committee, they recognize how fun the water balloon fight is. It's a long-standing tradition. But the thing is, it was fine when the firefighters were doing it, but then people started bringing their own water balloons and started having backs and forths with the firefighters. And that can create hazards because, I mean, if your aim's off and you lob a water balloon over the fire truck and hit someone in the face on the other side of the street, I don't like it. I'm sure you don't like it. I'm sure most of us wouldn't like it, but that could be grounds to sue. And we do live in a litigious society. So they have to consider these things. And the parade committees tried to keep it sequestered, saying you can do this here and here. But the battle lines extended over the years to the point where they just stopped. And I can attest to that because the guy I spoke to, Mac Frost, he narrates the parade from the porch of the Irma Hotel, and he gets water balloons lobbed in his direction every year. And I know that because for the last 2 years, I've been up there next to him being his co-host and the other narrator, and I've had water balloons whizzing past my head. So the parade committee had to look at their liability and say, you can't do this because it just puts us at too much risk. It's the same thing with candy. They don't want kids darting out into the road to catch errant pieces of candy that don't make it towards the sidewalk. So they're doing what they have to do. I don't think it's a question of whether anybody's, in the right or in the wrong. It's just what the circumstances are.
Just a shame. Well, thanks for bringing us the news, Andrew. Appreciate it. We got a bop for news. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. An Evanston couple was sentenced to jail on Tuesday on charges of felony child abuse following the October 2023 death of their 9-month-old daughter. However, 32-year-old Tevin Medina and 24-year-old Bailey Bettinson were not criminally charged for the child's death. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the prosecutor conceded a lack of definitive evidence that their filthy home or the neglect associated with it killed their baby.
A doctor that the prosecutor, Loretta Callis, was working with said, I cannot sit on a trial stand and say that their negligence caused this baby's death, even though the home was littered with mold, knives exposed, fecal matter, vomit, very disturbing home. And so the prosecutor, instead of going to trial, struck a plea agreement with each parent.
The couple was sentenced Tuesday to 6 months in jail, followed by 3 years probation for child abuse, although they could each face 3 to 6 years in prison if they fail probation. A wildlife crossing project along U.S. Highway 26-287 near DuBois, where hundreds of mule deer are killed every year, is still short millions of dollars in hoped-for federal funds. It could take roughly $16 million in federal grants to meet the project's estimated $28 million budget, and federal funds are in limbo. However, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that state officials are determined to see the project through regardless.
There's been $2.7 million raised in private funds. The Wildlife Fund and the Greater Yellowstone Coalition got that much raised through private donors, and then there's probably another $10 million or so in state funds available, but they're still shy about $18 million in federal funds to get this project off the ground. With everything going on with the federal government, they're not really sure when those grants are going to be freed up again.
There are thousands of vehicle collisions with wildlife in Wyoming every year. The cliffs of the Wind River Canyon in central Wyoming soar into the sky on the east side of U.S. Highway 20 and drop off into the Wind River below on the west, literally. Spring is the busiest time for big chunks of the mountain to break off, causing rock slides and mudslides across the highway. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that drivers are reminded to be aware of the falling boulders that could come down at any time.
So when you see a rock fall in the canyon, just call the highway patrol and they will send out not only their guys, but they'll also get a hold of YDOT who will clean the mess up. Because those rocks, no matter how big, I mean, I've seen ones that were just the size of my fist that have caused damage. YDOT has actually gone into the canyon, especially in the last 10 years, and they've identified rocks that are going to fall, regardless if they do it or nature does it. So they have sent up actual mountain climbers to excavate these rocks and make them fall. There's been many times when I was stopped in the canyon watching these giant boulders come tumbling down in a controlled environment. So they are doing things to make the canyon safer.
YDOT has hired a consultant to look at any possible redundant route which could be used in the event of an emergency. Department spokesperson Cody Beers says it would only take one really big rock slide to cause an extended closure of that canyon, which would take weeks and probably months to clear out. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
The man whose remains were found last fall in a field outside Cheyenne has been identified. 59-year-old Roy Moats of Laramie County was the person whose remains prompted a 2-day, 50-person grid work pattern search in a private field last October. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that because of the condition of the remains, the Laramie County coroner has deemed the cause and manner of death undetermined. However, her office added that no trauma or foul play are suspected.
When they say no foul play, what they're saying is we don't think any criminal activity was afoot. They're not saying that it couldn't have been something unnatural. I don't believe that designator rules out things like animal attacks, heart attacks, a lone bike wreck, or a suicide.
Moats had been missing for 5 months when a construction crew found a body part while mowing a field off Terry Ranch Road on October 14th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, where we're going to get Claire McFarland into the discussion here in a second. Talk about her many stories in the Cowboy State Daily, including Wyoming hasn't executed anyone in 33 years, but not for the lack of trying. Last time Wyoming put a criminal to death, and Wyoming, by the way, one of the states that still has capital punishment on the books. 33 years ago, Governor Mike Sullivan was in office at that time. And Governor Mike Sullivan talked to Claire McFarland about what it was like to be the guy who could have commuted the sentence. He could have spared Mark Hopkinson, convicted serial killer, from execution. You know, it's always the governor's call at the end. After the trial, after the sentencing, and somebody after the appeals. When you're making the death row walk, a phone call from the governor could stop it all. Could tell the hangman to hold on. In this case, it was the needle. And Governor Mike Sullivan struggled with that decision all those years ago, knowing that he could have intervened, but Hopkinson was put to death by lethal injection January 22, 1992 at the state pen in Rawlins, 13 years after his conviction. And Hopkinson had ordered the torturous murder of 23-year-old Jeffrey Green. It was just interesting story. You know, Wyoming still has, let's go to the Zoom room and get Claire into the chat, by the way. And she can always, Claire is always happy to clean up the places where I'm wrong, which is a lot. Claire, we were just talking about your story in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming hasn't executed anyone in 33 years, but not for the lack of trying. We have, I think, Dale Wayne Eaton's still on death row, no?
No,
No?
there were, that was overturned. So he's
Okay.
life in prison.
He's just life in prison, yeah. But, it was interesting to think about how a governor struggles with being that last lifeline. Governor Mike Sullivan at the time, he struggled with the fact that, you know, when you have someone walking to the gallows, so to speak, metaphorically, you are you're the only guy with power to make that phone call. And Governor Sullivan definitely thought about it. But that was a long time ago, 33 years ago, when Atkinson was put to death in Wyoming. We still have capital punishment. Hopkinson. Yeah, sorry.
Hopkinson. Yeah.
Yeah, good story.
Thank you. Yeah, we still would. I was covering politics in 2021 when they were talking seriously about repealing the death penalty. The Senate just had a huge debate. And I remember Tara Nethercott stood up. She spoke slowly. She stood up and she said, yeah, so we'll repeal it. And then a trucker will come through here and take one of our daughters. And then we'll have nothing in the toolbox. I remember her saying that. And then, of course, Rothfuss was like, we can't get this wrong. Like, we can't, if you get this wrong one time, you killed an innocent man or a man who didn't deserve to die. So it was a fun debate at that time.
Oh, right up there with abortion. That is a tough call. And I don't know that if capital punishment ever went away in Wyoming, it would not be necessarily on moral grounds. It would be more money. We're talking today about the cost of going through a trial where the death penalty is on the table. And there are counties that just can't and won't do it. Because of the appeal process, and there's decades of appeals, and
And it's really two trials. They call it bifurcated. It's a system that states that still entertain the death penalty have adopted to accommodate a 1970s U.S. Supreme Court standard about cruel and unusual punishment, right? And so they're just like, okay, we don't want to, we don't want to be flippant about this. So they adopt the bifurcated trial, where on the one hand, you got to prove to the jury the guy's guilty. And then you go into a whole, and so these can take 3 weeks just for the trial part. And then you go and you try to convince him he deserves to die. So there's this aggravating versus mitigating factors mini trial that goes on. And then he's going to appeal. He's going to appeal things that happen in trial. He's going to do a habeas appeal in the federal court. And the odds lately have it that all your hard work is going to be overturned anyway.
Yep. Well, on the topic of cruel and unusual punishment, let's go to Wright, Wyoming. Kim Walker, 41-year-old, charged with Kidnapping, 3 counts of aggravated assault. She allegedly taped a man to a chair, and so many people want to know what kind of tape was able to hold the man. I'm thinking, it's probably that Gorilla tape, some kind of, really good duct tape. Taped a guy to a chair and for 3 days proceeded to bite him, stab him, hit him with a hammer. Allegedly, and discuss putting him in a freezer. First off, explain the players, because I don't understand who the guy in the chair is. I don't know who Kim Walker is and the relationship. Is it mother-son? Is it a romantic? And then there's a third player. What's going on?
Yeah, her boyfriend's also charged with stuff.
Okay.
He wasn't at the very, very beginning. I think he was in a different county, but yeah, he's also charged, I think, with kidnapping and aggravated assault. I'd have to check, but that's in the story. So yeah. But the affidavit says that the alleged victim called her mom. I don't know if that's a term of endearment. I don't know if that's a code name. I mean, she is older than he is. I don't really know what that means.
A lot of husbands call the wife mom in Wyoming. It's
in front of the kids.
Yes, but then it carries out like they'll refer to her as mom. They'll say mom when they're talking to her. I've seen it. It's trailer parky rednecky, but I've seen it a lot. But I in this story, which is just bizarre beyond bizarre, and I feel for Kim Walker. She's had apparently, if you talk to the folks close to her, incidents of mental issues, schizophrenia, periods where she can just go on a rant like, "Where's my special penny?" and get out the ball peen hammer, which has always been a dream of hers, allegedly. She watches too many of those movies, I think. But it's really bizarre. But I just wonder if there is not a level of complicity from the victim. I mean, who can be taped to a chair for there was a period where she let him obviously get out of the tape chair, I think, to shower because he was bleeding all over the place. There was an opportunity, the victim says, to grab the .45, the gun. And he considered he was in so much pain, the victim, he was going to grab the gun and shoot himself. And I'm thinking, if you can grab the gun, I can think of another way you can end your torture other than ending your life. I just don't get it. How much did the victim go along with this?
I mean, there's 2 people there too. Like, I don't want to get in the victim's head because I don't know. I just don't know.
All right. Well,
sorry.
The details of the torture would definitely indicate that the defense lawyer looking for an insanity plea is on the right track, in my opinion. Let's go to the Evanston couple. I could see where a prosecuting attorney, without getting a good witness, would back off from any kind of death penalty, any kind of.
It's only manslaughter, so it's up to 20 years. But yeah, it does. You would, if you were convicted of that or pled to that, it would be an acknowledgement that you had killed somebody.
Yeah. And so we're talking about an Evanston couple that, well, let's face it, they're not mom and dad of the year award material. Tevin and Bailey, their apartment was, at a level of filth that included mold, dog poop on the floor, rancid meat in the microwave. It was so bad in there that detectives had to, take breaks while they were looking at stuff in the apartment and go out and get some fresh air. I mean, it's not the place where you want to bring up a kid. And a 9-month-old found dead. Did any of the condition of the apartment lead to the death of the kid? And did Tevin and Bailey do anything that led to the death of this 9-month-old? Or was this just a bad environment? Like, that's what we're looking at. And I guess, what was the decision? What have we decided now? 6 months in jail and 3 years of probation?
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 months jail, 3 years supervised probation, and if they screw up, they get 3 to 6 years in prison. So it's a very parental supervisory arrangement, like we are giving you guys this chance. And so, the evidence was enough that they both ended up pleading no contest to felony child abuse, which is no joke either. This is the kind of case that fascinates me because this is where the prosecutor has to weather the community outrage in her soul and not disseminate it into the case and into other people. Stuff like that fascinates me because, okay, so you're a prosecutor, you can't take it to trial. Your expert says, I can't link this to a manslaughter. I cannot sit on the stand and do that for you. So sorry. And so you oh crap, that manslaughter charge that I charged after 4-5 months of police investigation now doesn't get to go all the way. And so, but yet we have a dead baby. And so it's like, just sometimes there's that demilitarized zone where what the public sees happened.
Yeah.
And, the public sees a dead baby, and what the evidence can actually prove, if it falls short. And then that's where the prosecutor has to weather it.
Demilitarized zone. Yeah. There is often a gap between vigilante public outcry for justice and what a prosecuting attorney can really do in court. And unfortunately, so at the very least, I hope you win a county agencies that are in charge of child welfare. There has to be weekly visits. This couple has another child, right? A 3-year-old.
Yeah, 3 at the time, so 4 or 5 now.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting because in Wyoming, DFS cases aren't public, right? And that's probably for a good reason. Like, we don't want the public scrutinizing this kid's plight, her whole life. We get that, but by the same token, it's like the public never gets a glimpse, other than when they testify to the legislature or something like that. The public never really gets a glimpse of how these agencies function and how they work. So I thought it was very interesting. And I don't know if it was merited, if it was offhand. I don't know. I'm not making a judgment call, but I thought it was very interesting that the detective included so much about DFS's involvement in the affidavit. It's a rare public glimpse, for good or for ill, I can't say, but it was a rare public glimpse into what they do.
Another story of interest from Claire McFarland is studying obscenity laws and how they pertain to books containing graphic sexual material in libraries. It's a number one priority for the interim judiciary committee, who say they really want to look into this. I can see why, because Wyoming's obscenity laws are funky, and do they pertain to books? That's a wishy-washy gray area. And then you have the added complexity of, if you do have smut on the shelf of a library, you can't go after the librarian. If you're looking for somebody to blame, they have certain protections. This is complex.
Yeah. So the law is like, the given community where the controversy is occurring is going to find that this depicts sex in a patently offensive way. It's there's like a whole list, and it lacks serious literary, artistic, political, scientific value. First Amendment, a retired attorney who was for years the First Amendment attorney in Wyoming, like the champ, was like, Claire, the language from the Supreme Court case that set this law in stone, that galvanized this law nationwide, says that it has to lack social value. And Wyoming law doesn't say that. Wyoming law doesn't have that carve out for social value. I don't know what we're trying to sneak past here. I don't know if our law would survive a challenge now, but I was like, well, Wyoming law doesn't say that we get an exemption for things that have social value. So that's very interesting. But anyway, notwithstanding, I've been looking at the obscenity issue for 5 years, and it doesn't get old. Is
it getting any clearer? Probably not.
It's just hard when okay. So what they're looking at doing is setting a separate category for materials harmful to children. That's what they've been looking at recently. That's what they're kind of talking about now. And maybe that could have some tougher criteria for what's obscenity and what's not. And maybe it could have some different exemptions to where, parents and retailers survive, but librarians don't. So no one can accuse us of banning books, just keeping them out of the public's shelves that the public pays for, and so but yesterday-ish, an appeals court in Florida struck down their harmful to children law pertaining to performances. I think they were maybe hush targeting drag shows, but didn't say that because that would be sex discrimination. So they had a harmful to children law against lewd performances that the appeals court maintained the injunction on yesterday.
It's a complex issue because there's so many moving parts to it, and what is one man's or woman's art is another person's smut. Like, who's really going to determine, like, that's of no value, that's just obscene? Who gets to say that? And then who to blame if you find that in the library? I think where they're headed is making special categories for children, for minors, is probably a good idea. We might not be able to decide what is art and what's obscenity, but we could get some collusion on a 7-year-old shouldn't be seeing this, whatever it is. It's a tough one, though.
It is tough, and I don't know. It's hard. Like Representative Tara Washit said, okay, let's say we repeal the exemption so you can prosecute librarians for peddling porn to kids. Which library do we charge? The director? Do we charge the library? Who do we charge here? Who goes to jail for this?
Is Washit the one who had that great quote? I want to complain about a book there. I'm going to call my sheriff and you need to arrest, I don't know who. The author of the book, the librarian. Where do we start? Where do we end? Yeah.
And he's an informed voice on that. He was a longtime law enforcement officer, and then I believe he instructs in law enforcement there at the Casper College. So he knows particulars about enforcement.
Claire McFarland's story is always food for thought. Thanks, Claire, for coming on.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this short break.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud.
Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Back to the show, Cowboy State Daily. Hello, Cheyenne. Howdy, Riverton. Jackson, we say hi. We're on radio stations across the state of Wyoming. The Cowboy State Daily Show is also available on your favorite podcast platform when you want to download the show and take it in when it's more convenient for you. You can see us on Facebook Live, X Live, the website, cowboystatedaily.com. We're also on the YouTubes. We're everywhere. What's the credit card that used to say that? We're everywhere you need to be, everywhere you want to be. Who used to say that? MasterCard? Everywhere you want to be. Visa. Oh. Visa says that. Yeah. I don't know if they're still using that tagline or not. You can always join the conversation, add your 2 cents, give us your feedback, etc. Just text us at 307-999-TALK. 307-999-TALK. We had one listener chime in on the subject of Claire McFarland's story regarding capital punishment in Wyoming. Wyoming still has the death penalty, but hasn't used it really in 33 years since we put to death Mark Hopkinson. Claire and I talked about the latest guy to be on death row who no longer is, Dale Wayne Eaton. Been on death. This is a 1988 kidnapping, rape, and murder of Lisa Marie Kimmel. DNA evidence surfaced in 2002 linked Dale Wayne Eaton to this crime. He was convicted and he was sentenced to death, and he's now 80 years old, and he's at Wyoming Medium Correctional Institute in Torrington, doing easy time in Torrington. It's not like he's in Rawlins. It's not like he's at the Rock. And should have long ago faced the hangman, faced the needle, faced the firing squad, according to Wyoming statutes, but he slipped away time and time again with appeals. There was an appeal over having him face a mental evaluation, et cetera, et cetera. Finally got to the point where prosecuting attorneys just said, the heck with all these appeals. All right. They backed down off that death penalty. Wyoming withdrew its intent to seek the death penalty in 2021. And, it's just a case of lawyers against lawyers. And it gets to a point where, the most money wins usually, or the most patience. And Wyoming prosecutors ran out of patience or ran out of money and finally gave up the cause. So Eaton now will spend the rest of his life in jail, but long ago should have faced a death penalty. He's now 80 years old. So anyway, we had one listener chime in saying they need to bring back capital punishment more often and put the fear of God in criminals. Eaton should have met his maker. That's one of our listeners joining the conversation. Yeah, I think if we're, 100% sure that it's Dale Wayne Eaton, that kidnapped, raped, and murdered Lisa Marie Kimmel in 1988, if a jury said they're fairly certain that's him, if evidence pointed to Dale Wayne Eaton being the guy, then yeah, I agree there's no reason for Dale Wayne Eaton to be breathing air anymore. It's a heinous crime. But there are a couple issues, and that's even once if you find out, and we have found out, somebody serving a life sentence, we have found out later they were exonerated by DNA evidence, stuff we know more now. If you make just one mistake ever in prosecuting folks and incarcerating people, just one mistake, and it puts in your mind, oh man, are we ever 100% sure? We can be 99.9999% sure. Is that good enough to send someone to the great beyond? Or should we acknowledge that we can never be 100% sure and life in prison is punishment enough? Tough call. I'm not saying there's a right answer or wrong answer. But interesting topic from Claire McFarland saying Wyoming does have a death penalty. Does the threat of the death penalty deter crime? There's evidence that it goes both ways. There's some evidence that just because the state you live in has capital punishment, that doesn't make criminals think twice. That's not really foremost on a criminal's mind. If you're walking around in Wyoming thinking, I want to kidnap, rape, and kill this woman, but I don't want to do it in Wyoming because they might kill me. I don't know that that's top of your mind thinking if you're Dale Wayne Eaton, honestly. But it is something useful, I think, to have in the toolbox that might deter the next criminal. You heard Tara Nethercott voice that opinion that lawmaker said capital punishment is a arrow in the quiver. It's a tool in the toolbox that we should have access to in Wyoming. And we still do. It's just expensive to carry it out. And look, 33 years now, and there hasn't been anyone executed in the state. We spent decades on death row with appeals and appeals and appeals. Anyway, I didn't mean to dive deep into that topic, but we did have a comment from our studio line, and we did have Claire just on, and we were chatting about it. We got to get to more news. Special guests coming up in just a bit. You're going to enjoy this discussion as we will get into the room. I'm not even sure who our special guest is, whether it's Elizabeth Baker or Catherine Krebs. Either way, both represent an outfit called Physicians Committee for Responsible Testing. And they're going to talk about a recent FDA decision, which means less animals will be tested for drug companies. So, drug companies want to test their effectiveness of the latest drug, and they'll often use animals in test trials. They'll use dogs, apes, chimpanzees, rats, mice, rabbits, pigs. And is that even humane? We'll talk about that. Is that fair to your average dog who now has to be injected with something? And, the end game for these laboratory animals, they're never going to live a life outside of a cage, and they're going to probably live a short life. Is that humane for an animal? More importantly, we're going to talk to Catherine or Elizabeth about whether that's even effective. What do we learn testing medicine, testing drugs on a dog? What does that tell you how it's going to work on a human? And they'll talk about how that may not be the most effective way to test drugs. We might have better ways now, better science, better technology. That'll be an interesting conversation. That's coming up here in a few minutes. First, let's pick up a little this day in history. This day is May 14. And we had one kind of neat thing happen today that I was not aware of. I thought it was pretty interesting. It was this day in 1804, by the way, the Corps of Discovery leaves St. Louis. It was the launching of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Just a mind-boggling expedition that we were able to carry that off into a new frontier that very few white men had ever seen. 1804, Corps of Discovery leaves St. Louis on May 14th. Really cutting it close on trying to get to the West Coast and before winter. Might have wanted to leave a week or two earlier than that, but, that's hindsight. Louisiana had only belonged to the U.S. at that point for 1 year before the dispatch of Lewis and Clark in 1804 on this day. 1890, Weston County elects its first county officers. In 1906 on this day, the Uintah County Library opened in Evanston. This day in 1987, the McDonald Ranch in Laramie County was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. So, too, was Trappers Point site in Sublette County. That happened on this day in 2007. But it was this day in 1918 I'm particularly interested in, when a young man named Hazima Fukuda of Arminto, don't look for that on a map in Wyoming, was awarded a patent for a rice-based breakfast food. Yes, you're thinking Rice Krispies. Fukuda invented the method of drying out rice to make it snap, crackle, and pop. In fact, if you ever had a Rice Krispies treat, you can thank a guy from the tiny town of Arminto, Wyoming. When on this day in history, May 14th, 1918, Fukuda, who very little is known of him other than he does have the patent, he received the patent on this day for the first rice cereal. And of course, that developing and working and fleshing out his discovery, Kellogg's would then spawn dozens of popular products, Rice Krispies, Pebbles, in all kinds of flavors. Everything Kellogg's did was based on the patent and the invention of Fukuda, who lived in the town of Arminto, which is, you think our Fukuda is lost to history, so is Arminto. It was a railhead for Wyoming's lucrative sheep shipping industry. In 1918, an estimated 6 million sheep in the state of Wyoming. Wool production topped 30 million annually. Arminto was key in the shipping of sheep back in the day. Today, Arminto's a ghost town, maybe an official population of a handful, 5 people maybe live in Arminto. But at one time, Japanese immigrant Hazima Fukuda received a patent this day for the invention of dry rice, or drying out rice to make snap, crackle, and pop kind of rice cereal. Crazy. I bet you didn't know that. Let's do a little rodeo with a Wyoming road show. I think I'm ready for that. And then we're going to get our special guest into the scene. We got a lot more coming up, too, in the next hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I have, what do I have? There's another special guest coming up next hour. I'm trying to think of who it is, but I'm forgetting now. But first, let's go to Rodeo Roadshow, Western Ag Network's Will Rasmussen. Will?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen from Redding, California. Today, 9-time qualifier to the NFR in the bareback riding, Tilden Hooper. He recently had an appearance on the Netflix television series Ransom Canyon. We'll talk about how that all started for Tilden when we come back. Next on the Rodeo Roadshow. Stay close.
Cattle producers join the Wyoming stock growers for the 2025 Cattle Industry Convention, headed for Laramie June 2nd through the 4th at the University of Wyoming's Conference Center. The theme this year is Embracing Opportunity and will focus on cattle markets, trade, tariffs, taxes, and natural resources. This year's speakers include Kent Backus and Sky Krebs with the NCBA. And don't forget about the trade show. Register online by visiting the Wyoming Stock Growers Association's website, and we'll see you there.
Meet your new ally in the battle against weeds. Cohort is a next-level adjuvant designed to strengthen herbicides requiring an AMS. As the ultimate companion for post-emergence applications, Cohort helps herbicides produce faster, more complete weed control while ensuring consistent and effective performance. Trade in your dry AMS bag this season for multiple technologies in one convenient liquid. Contact your local Helena representative or authorized dealer for more information about Cohort. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
There's a guy, a bull rider from California about my age, Dylan Heiss. He rodeoed whenever I was younger, and his family's really involved in the stunt business out there in California. And Dylan, I mentioned in the past, if ever anything came up where he could use me or thought I'd fit, let me know that I was interested in doing that sort of thing. And he reached out with this opportunity, and it ended up all working out. It was a pretty fun day. You never know what you're signing up for, right? You don't know what they're going to ask you to say or whatever, but it's fun, man. I mean, you go out there, and get to pretend like you're a big deal and ride a bucking horse and be on TV like that. It's pretty neat. There were some other contestants involved with that too. Taos Muncie had some of the horses they were using, and Taos was up and picking up. R.C. Lanningham was there getting on doing some stunt stuff, and Mason Stuhler and Will Nordstrom all got on the barebacks there. So it was, I mean, just, I don't know, it's neat and whatever. So when you get when the opportunity arises, I try to say yes, see what it's all about.
Tilden Hooper on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, welcome back. Thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow. We got to take a quick break, and we will get into the Zoom room, and we will welcome into the discussion, as promised, Elizabeth Baker. You're gonna like this, I think. If you're any kind of compassionate towards animal kind of person, you're gonna love this discussion. We're gonna do it right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Wednesday. I didn't know who would be joining us, PhD Catherine Krebs or attorney Elizabeth Baker, but either way, I knew we'd be well covered. Physicians Committee for Responsible Testing, and I know you folks, Elizabeth, are excited about recent FDA decision, a mandate coming down from that agency. Before we get into that, welcome to the show. I'm glad you had time to come on.
Thank you. It's fantastic to be here.
So we'll talk about what the FDA just did and why it's important and why it's kind of exciting, at least for probably 86% of us out there, according to a poll. But what does Physicians Committee for Responsible Testing do for the most part, day to day?
So our organization is a nonprofit. We have members all over the U.S., and the things that we are working for are more effective, more efficient, more ethical research, testing, and education. We also have a medical center, and we work on health through nutrition and nutrition policy. But the things that we'll talk about today are the doing better science for human health and for saving animals.
And this topic, I'm so glad you're on because it dovetails with a story that's in Cowboy State Daily the other day. Jen Coker wrote a story about a local kindness ranch, kind of a shelter for animals in Hartville, Wyoming, expecting to get a lot busier because its mission aligns with the Trump administration directive to stop lab testing on dogs, rabbits, mice, and other animals. And a whole bunch of beagles are going to get shipped to this kindness ranch, which is pretty cool. We test, I don't say we, I say big pharma tests medicines on animals, whatever they are, chimpanzees, mice, rabbit, dogs. I was interested to see, first, tell us what this new FDA decision means, the new policy, the new mandate. What is it? Does it completely stop animal testing? Does it curtail it? What does it mean for what your efforts?
Okay, will do. So April was just a historic month for those of us that are working to replace the use of animals in research and testing. And that's because on April 10th, the commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, as his first policy action in office, said, we're going to replace animal testing for new drugs. And this is such a big deal because, as you said, dogs, monkeys, rabbits, and other animals are used in painful and deadly experiments. I think a lot of people out there don't realize what is really happening. That was followed by an excellent, such an exciting announcement from the director of the National Institutes of Health. Our National Institutes of Health historically has given about $20 billion a year to animal experiments. Now our National Institutes of Health director is saying, we're going to do things differently. We're going to move away from animal use, and we are going to recenter human health and disease research to the human-based methods that don't use animals. And I think another key aspect to this, you mentioned Kindness Ranch. It does fantastic work saving animals. Generally, when animals are used in labs, they're usually killed as part of the experiment or after. But there is a big push to shut down Some of these labs have grants that are just doing atrocious and meaningless experiments on animals, and the animals that are healthy could be saved and they could go to Kindness Ranch. So I'm so glad that you brought that part up as well.
Yeah, there's no life after animal testing, and the life in your cage is not great when you're living it. And then, yeah, that's the end. Here's an important thing that I didn't necessarily know, but this is a unique angle. 86% of us in a poll are not. We get cringe over this, thinking about Fido being used to test drugs and what a dog must go through, or animals, but not just the ethical. Elizabeth, you're not a lab coat person, but Catherine Krebs, a quote from her, it's not just ethical. It's like, does this even work? Does the science and what we learn testing on a monkey even translate to humans? And especially now, when we know we have things like AI, we have better computer models that can tell you what this drug might do to a human rather than injecting something into a mouse. Does this stuff even work? Catherine Krebs says we've known for a long time animal experiments don't reliably translate to human outcomes. So it's more than just ethical, it's science.
You've got it. It is an ethical issue, and people want to see it because they want to see it end because of the ethics. As you say, it is so hard to imagine these precious animals that we share our lives with being tortured as essentially mere tools in laboratories. But it's not just about the ethics. It's also about doing better science for people. There is so much that we do not know about human health and disease because we have invested so much in studying other species. And then 9 out of 10 drugs are going to fail when they move into human trials. So that means that they went through extensive animal testing in many species. They are thought to be safe and effective for humans, and then they're not. They're not safe, or they don't work for us. And that's because of these translational failures. We just have differences in our biology and physiology and our lifespans and what our bodies do with investigational medications, how we get diseases. And these things all just lead to different outcomes among different species. So you really need to study the species at hand. And we've got to recenter things to human biology. You did mention some of the types of testing that can be done instead, because oftentimes when I say this, people say, well, are you saying we should just test on people instead? And that's not what we're saying. There are clinical trials now that do utilize humans in ethical ways, but there are other things we can be doing before we move into humans to ensure that things are as safe and have a chance at working for people. And those are the advanced lab-based methods and the computational approaches, including AI.
Yeah, or testing on really bad criminals might be a way to go. No, I said that. That was not the words of Elizabeth Baker, who is an attorney with Physicians Committee for Responsible Testing, and they're pretty excited over the news we're seeing out of the FDA. Yeah, let's make AI let's make these computer robots do something useful. We hear about how AI is going to drive our cars now and do everything for us. Let's use some computer models. What the decisions made by the FDA, what do they involve? What steps are going to be taken now? What does that mean for a dog right now in a cage in a laboratory? Like, what are they going to do?
Well, for dogs right now in cages and laboratories, for the NIH decision, I think this can really affect them right now. The NIH needs to be looking at what is happening, what the current grants are, and I think a lot of cuts need to be made to the animal experiments. And then those animals need to be individually assessed to see, are they healthy? Can they be treated? Can they move to somewhere, to an organization like Kindness Ranch that will have their best best case scenario for them at heart and will work to ensure that they can go on and have happy and loved lives. For the FDA plan, the FDA is saying that within 5 years, it wants to make animal testing the exception rather than the norm. And that's a big change from where we are today, where as it stands now, the way it's been for years, dogs and monkeys and rabbits and mice are used to develop all investigational medications. So there are systemic changes that have to happen at the agency to end that. The agency is already starting that. They have said they're going to change their guidelines. They have policies essentially that have been requiring animal testing. And now they're saying those policies are going to change. So I imagine based on the comprehensive plan that the agency put out, that those changes are already underway internally. The agency is asking for companies to start, if they're not already utilizing the non-animal methods, to start doing that and to come to the agency to talk with them, to work with them on putting together essentially a package of information that the agency can rely on when making decisions about whether a product will be safe or effective. For the NIH's plan, part of it, as I mentioned, is we want to see big cuts to animal experiments and to these grants from the NIH. But there's another side to that coin, and that is building up the good human-based science that can just give us so much better information about human health and disease, so we can start to really understand things in a new way. And there are systemic changes that need to be made to the way that grants are given. There's a lot of funding opportunities that historically they've gone to animal grants. That's going to start shifting. There's going to be some transparency in the spending. So when I say $20 billion on animal experiments, that is an estimate that we put together based on, kind of little bits and pieces of information that we've received from the agency over the years. But there's going to be transparency so that progress toward replacement can actually be measured. And an increase in the human-based approaches. So I really see at the National Institutes of Health two sides of a coin. One, where we can cut these experiments now, and two, we can build up better science so that we can have a lot better information for protecting people. Ultimately, we want people to be healthy, and we want to know how to, if they're not healthy now, to get them healthy, and if they are healthy, how to keep them healthy. And recentering research to these human-based methods is how you're going to do that.
Founded in 1985, the Physicians Committee for Responsible Testing, fighting the good fight. Elizabeth Baker's been key to it. She joins us. I'm excited, you're excited, and we're supportive of the latest FDA decision. Tell Catherine Krebs we said hi, and thanks for coming on.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, time for the top of the hour news on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A downward ripple in the price of oil for Wyoming producers caused by a response to President Donald Trump's tariffs may be leveling out. That's what leading Wyoming economists are reporting in their most recent analysis of the market. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that oil prices have dropped to their lowest levels since 2021.
The current depression in the oil price probably was brought on by the general chill in the economy surrounding tariffs. The oil price isn't at a level where it would inspire a lot of new rig development. And in fact, we've seen the number of rigs in Wyoming drop slightly and the number of jobs in the oil and gas industry drop slightly.
On Tuesday, crude oil futures jumped by more than $1 a barrel, apparently boosted by a temporary cut in U.S.-China tariffs and a better-than-expected inflation report. Well, for the majority of Wyoming's Legislative Judiciary Committee, revising the state's obscenity laws was such a high priority for this year's bill drafting season, the committee's co-chair couldn't remember which priority placed second after it. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this focus for lawmakers follows years of controversy in multiple counties over sexually graphic books being made available to kids in both school and public library systems.
There's a case from the early 70s out of California where the Supreme Court was like, okay, we have made a test that defines obscenity, and this is a sound legal test. It's a 50-year test, but Wyoming lawmakers and Wyoming communities keep butting against it when they find things in libraries that are sexually graphic. Lawmakers are like, how do we make a new category that keeps this stuff out of libraries, but isn't inviting lawfare against librarians, isn't butting up against the First Amendment and far exceeding that test that the High Court set?
The Joint Judiciary Committee is scheduled to take up the obscenity topic for the months-long interim period between winter lawmaking sessions starting May 20th at Eastern Wyoming College in Torrington. Well, outside the mainstay of country music, Wyoming might at one time have been considered a concert desert. While the Cowboy State still loves country music as much as ever, it's also increasingly drawing artists from a wide variety of genres, including electronica, reggae, blues, Americana, and more. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there are 15 concerts booked at Snow King Mountain near Jackson this summer alone. That's roughly twice as many as last year.
This summer, we've got some pretty big names. Like anybody who's into alternative music will instantly recognize the name Primus. They're coming to Jackson this summer. Thievery Corporation, they're kind of a house electronic band, electronic music type band that I'm really into. They're coming, as well as, we also got country artists and bluegrass and the things that you'd expect to be played in Wyoming. That's still there, but we're seeing a great expansion, not only in the number of artists, but in the kind of artists.
Cheyenne Frontier Days has always pulled in major artists, but usually in country music. But recently, it's expanded the roster to include other genres such as hip-hop and rock. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
That narrow cloud you might see funneling its way to the ground this time of year might not be a tornado. It could be an ordinary scud cloud, which looks a lot like a tornado. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that scud clouds have one major difference from a tornado.
Scuds don't suck, and that's why they are not tornadoes. But they are still a severe thunderstorm or adjacent to it, so you can still get high winds, heavy rain, and hail. Whatever's happening in the thunderstorm can happen in the scud. Scuds are pieces of a big cloud that have broken off in a sense and then dropped lower to the ground, and they make this kind of vertical column shape that looks like it could be a tornado funnel. They even look like they're spinning from the outside. But they're not tornadoes because there is no sucking going on inside or outside a scud, so it can't be a tornado. If a scud starts sucking things up, then you need to run because it is.
For the record, there's no explanation why they're called scuds, but meteorologist Don Day has a theory that saying scud is easier than saying Panis fractus cloud. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper. I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Wednesday. here's what's wrong with football, and it kind of happens in all sports, but particularly football. And this kind of stems from what's going on in college right now. We've talked a lot on the show about the problems with college sports and college football, beginning with the NIL and paying college players for their name, image, and likeness, paying college kids to play a sport. It's no longer about going for the education. It's paying college kids to play football. And you add into that the transfer portal, where a collegiate athlete could decide he doesn't like where he's playing. He doesn't like the school. Be true to your school. Forget it. I need more money. They're chasing the money, and they transfer to another school. You got some of these kids coming out of college going into the draft that's played at 3 different universities because they didn't like it here, they didn't like it there, and I was sitting the bench too much here, and they pay more money at Alabama for quarterbacks, so I'm going there. What kind of loyalty does that instill? Zero. Hey, you got colleges themselves, university themselves aren't loyal to their conference. They say, well, we're leaving the Mountain West. They don't have a good television contract. We're going to go to the Big 12. We're going to leave this conference, go to that conference. Nobody wants to honor any commitment. There's no be true to your school. There's no loyalty. It all deteriorated back in college. Now look at what it does to the professional athlete. I'm looking at this story yesterday. NFL sack leader Trey Hendrickson, plays for the Cincinnati Bengals, by the way, says he'll not play this season without a new contract. Hendrickson is entering the last year of his contract, and there has not been a new one or an extension negotiated yet by his bosses, his employers. So he says he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to enter the final year of his deal. No, so I don't know what he signed, but let's say theoretically Trey Hendrickson, great football player, signed a 3-year deal. And he's now in the 3rd year of that contract. He committed to play football for the Cincinnati Bengals for 3 years. He's now in the final year of that contract, of that commitment. And what happens so often is players, when they're in the final year of their deal, they want some assurances from their employer that they're going to stay at that job. They want an extension. They want, plus by the time you're in the 3rd year of your deal, you already regret the money you signed to make 2 years ago. You're like, you know what? I could have got a lot more. And I'm seeing other guys who do the same job I do that sack quarterbacks, and they get paid a lot more. You already hate your contract. You have contract regret. By the time you're in the final year of your 3rd year deal, you don't want to play football anymore for that kind of money. So you start negotiating an extension. You say, well, look, boss, my deal sucks, and I'm in the last year of it. Let's negotiate a new 3-year or whatever. Your agent on your behalf is saying this. Well, that's all well and good until you refuse to honor your contract. You refuse to play. And are we surprised we get this kind of attitude from Trey Hendrickson and other players who say, because I don't have an extended contract or a new contract, because my the GM or the owner of my team, my boss, won't talk about what my future is beyond this year, I don't want to play. I want to sit and pout. And a lot of times the team ownership of the GMs will acquiesce and say, all right, let's negotiate you a new deal, you big baby. But in this case, I think the Bengals should say, fine, Trey Hendrickson, in the prime of your career, for an entire year. You can sit down and pout about it. Go have a hissy fit in the corner. Don't play football for the Bengals. Fine. See ya. Don't bother coming to the work facility. Don't bother. Yeah, I would call their bluff. It's no different than any other job where you got a contract to perform and you don't want to honor it anymore. You want to say, nah, I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to mine coal anymore, or whatever your contract is. I don't want to tackle quarterbacks anymore this year. Okay. Don't sit out an entire year. I would call this guy's bluff. That's just, that's a shame stuff like that happens, honestly. What else is happening in the world? Oh, yeah, the difference between, maybe this is a generational difference. I thought this was a pretty good encapsulation of the different generations, Gen Z, Gen X, millennials, boomers, stuff like that. Boomers, for the most part, this is how you define who we are, what generation you come from. And this is dead on. Boomers worked one job for 40 years. Millennials worked 40 jobs in 1 year. And Gen Z is questioning why jobs even exist. That's about right. Really. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're on a Wednesday. Leo Wilson would normally be here, but Leo no longer with the program. Leo's moved on to a new assignment, so we're going to have to get a new Leo, somebody who can cover those lawmakers and legislative sessions and stuff. Yeah, because that's pretty important things to have. We were just talking a little bit before with Elizabeth Baker, who is a lawyer with this outfit that is pretty happy about the FDA decision to curtail grants and basically curtail testing on animals. The medical community, big pharma, science, instead of using chimpanzees to test the effectiveness of a new novel drug, we let AI computer models do that. Animals should not be subject to that kind of testing. That's the mandate that comes down from President Trump to the FDA, and the FDA announced last month that it would indeed severely curtail testing on animals of medicine. And Elizabeth came on and said, it's not just a matter of ethics, whether it's right to kill a dog to figure out if a drug works, but it's more, it doesn't work. Animals, what we learned testing on a mouse does not necessarily translate very often to a human. In fact, she pointed to 9 out of 10 times we're wrong. What we saw, the mouse didn't die. That's good. Let's bring it to clinical trials. And we found out that drug did not have the same effectiveness. What we learned on the laboratory mouse didn't translate to humans. Well, go figure. But along those same lines, I found this story interesting. Just saw it today in NBC News. Chimps in the wild, chimpanzees in the wild, were found to use medicinal plants to treat their wounds. This is high-level stuff, man. I did not think chimps were that smart, quite honestly. I know some people want to say that they're closely related to humans. I know some people believe that we evolved from chimpanzees. I know some knuckle-dragging humans that I don't wonder if they didn't evolve from the simian world from an ape. Oh, yeah. I can think of a lot of guys, particularly welders. There's a lot of welders out there that I'm like, I look at them and say, yeah, you probably got an ape or two in your family tree. No doubt. But let's not kid ourselves. Darwin got that completely wrong. We didn't come from apes and chimps and gorillas. For the simple fact that why is there still apes, chimps, and gorillas out there? If evolution was the answer, if Darwin was so smart and all the animals on the planet today simply evolved because you got better and better and better at something, you know, if we started out as a gorilla or a chimpanzee, walking on all fours and climbing trees, pretty soon we figured out, well, it's better to walk on two legs, and climbing trees could get you hurt. And we just got better, more evolved to the point where we became Homo sapien. We became humans, right? Well, then why is there still chimps and apes and gorillas? What happened with them? They just haven't evolved yet? There ain't no way we came from chimps. I've seen chimps in the zoo and they're throwing their own poo at each other. Well, there are some stories in the news about humans, particularly coming from Florida, where you don't wonder if how far off from the tree we've fallen. Yeah, you don't wonder if there isn't a little bit of chimp in somebody's background when you look at the behavior of some humans. It's despicable. But for the most part, I refuse to believe that humans evolved from chimps. But then you see stories like this. It's pretty interesting. Wild chimpanzees have been observed self-medicating wounds with plants, with aloe, like chimps figured out aloe. Interesting. So have humans. The behavior was documented in a new study published in the Journal of Frontiers in Evolution and Ecology. It came out today, actually. Provides new clues on the origin of medicinal care in humans. How did humans learn that the bark of an aspen tree could be used as an aspirin? Which is true. There are elements of your average aspen tree. Native Americans, thousands of years ago, would boil the bark of an aspen tree and used it as a pain reliever. Where did they learn that? Trial and error? Or were they watching chimps do their thing? Were they watching animals? I don't know, but a new study shows chimpanzees in the wild were found using plants and applying them to wounds on each other and on their buddies, you know, on themselves and on each other. Chimps were also seen pressing wounds, dabbing medicinal leaves into wounds of their chimp mates. Very interesting news, very interesting study. I'm fascinated by the animal kingdom when animals do smart things. I mean, the chimp is almost up to the level of a border collie in its intelligence. And then, of course, the next step is the chimp turns into a border collie, which turns into a human. That's how Darwin says it works. Gorillas offer new clues into how social relationships work in humans. Another story, this one comes out of The Guardian. Stephen Morris wrote it. Human friendship groups are complex, often fraught, but a study of mountain gorillas has found that the mountain gorillas' societies can also be head-scratchingly complicated. Boy, you think your average PTA meeting, you think your average school board meeting is complicated, or whenever a few humans get together and try to form a group? I guess it's just as complex with gorillas. The study took place over 20 years, looking at the health data involving some 164 gorillas in Rwanda. It discovered that gorillas work similarly to humans when it comes to who groups up and who gets along in a group. They use a cost and benefits analysis, these gorillas do. And depending on the size of the group we're talking about, it could be different for males and females. For instance, friendly females in small groups did not get ill very often, but they also had fewer offspring. Okay. Those in large groups got sick more often, but had higher birth rates. Why is that? I don't know, but I'm surprised by how much we still study gorillas and apes as if we're going to learn something applicable to humans. Let's just study humans. This study was done by the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund, by the way. The things we can learn from apes, like using plants for medicine and how to get along in a group. Okay. Cowboy State Daily stories we're following today. I'm excited to see Patton Oswalt. Well, I say I'm excited. I'm probably not going to be able to go. Maybe. It's this weekend in Casper. Oswalt, right, tomorrow is up in Bozeman, if anybody's up that way. Bozeman, Montana, you got a chance to see Patton Oswalt do a stand-up routine. Oswalt's probably better known to most people for his work on TV and film. I have never seen his stand-up routine, but I have seen him in a movie, and I'm trying to place what movie it is. If you see the guy, I'll bet you're familiar with him. If you saw a photo of him, and I'm looking at a photo of him right now in the Cowboy State Daily story, I'll bet you say, oh yeah, I know, I've seen him in a movie. I just can't think of what it is. Patton Oswalt, you probably heard him as well. He voices a lot of characters in animated film. He's been the voice of many, many characters because he has that unique voice. He's got a unique look, too. He's only 5'3", by the way, just a short guy. But he's really fun. In everything he does, he's funny. And his stand-up, apparently, from folks who have seen it, is not to be missed. He's supposedly really good. So Andrew Rossi had the story in the Cowboy State Daily about why it is that you have a chance to see Patton Oswalt perform live at the Rialto Theater in Casper this weekend. It's because Oswalt was questioning all the states he's been to. I think he must have been reminiscing, saying, I've done stand-up in every state in the country. Well, except for Wyoming and Montana. Bam! Next thing you know, he says, I'm going to put together a mini tour just so I can say I've been to every state in the United States. And that's what he did. And Patton Oswalt's reflective moment is our benefit. He'll be with fellow stand-up comedian Emo Phillips, and he'll appear tomorrow night, at the Elm in Bozeman, one night only. Tomorrow night at the Elm in Bozeman, Montana. You can see him. And then 2 nights on stage in Casper at the Rialto. I'm excited. Your chance to see Patton Oswalt. And I bet that's going to be a funny show. Check that out if you got a chance, if you're in the Casper area this weekend, or if you're up there in Bozeman. Check out Patton Oswalt. Let's take a quick break on the show. We'll be right back with more. The Cowboy State Daily Show continues this Wednesday.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. 28-year-old Montana man's headed to jail, prison. Little 10-day crime spree, vandalizing, robbing. He was high on meth, his lawyer said, so it's not his fault. Kind of, I'm paraphrasing. 28-year-old man in Laurel, Montana, Jacob Berger will spend 3 years in prison if he does the full term for a 10-day crime spree in which he vandalized and robbed law enforcement vehicles around the Billings area. He stole all kinds of stuff, stole right out of cop cars. I mean, that's kind of brazen. Shotguns, ammunition, body armor, medical supplies, stole out of people's garage. He stole a whole bunch of guns and stuff and whatnot. His attorney, Edward Werner, pleaded to the court saying, prior to the time of this case, my client had no meaningful contact with the court system. In other words, Jacob Berger might not have been a model citizen, but he was not appearing before a judge for any big bad crime. Edward Werner, his defense attorney, continued saying it is highly questionable whether the direction of Jacob's life will be improved if he spends time in prison. Fair enough. Does he come out of prison in 3 years as a better man or a bitter man? Will he be worse for the time in prison? Will he learn bad things in the joint? Or will he learn his lesson after being incarcerated? In some ways, that's not the point. The point is the punishment, and you'll be removed from society for 3 years if you can't be a part of society when you're out, if you can't be like an upstanding citizen. If methamphetamine and the addiction to it is your problem, well, good. Jail's a perfect place for you. Prison is a perfect place because you will dry out in prison. You will not, I mean, presumably, although you hear how, some inmates are able to get all kinds of contraband into prison somehow. They get cigarettes. Cigarettes are the currency of prison. You're not supposed to be able to get drugs, but we hear like some criminals somehow are able to have a far reach. They're able to get stuff in prison. I don't know how, but theoretically, let's say prison really works and functions in the way that nobody, you're not going to get meth anymore when you're in prison, Jacob. So if you can't stay off the crack pipe, 3 years of prison will do wonders for that. You're not going to be smoking any meth in prison. So you'll clean up. There's the one big advantage of prison right there. So if I'm the attorney saying it's questionable whether this is going to be an improvement to his life, well, I can answer that question. His life will immediately improve once they slam the cell door shut because there won't be any more meth, Jacob. And meth appears to be the problem. When he's on meth, he can't stop himself. In fact, his own lawyer said the only explanation for what happened during this 10-day crime spree is he committed the offense. I would say the offenses, if I'm the lawyer, it was more than one offense. 10-day crime spree, stole stuff out of a whole bunch of cop cars, people's garages, etc. He committed the offenses, let me help that sentence, while under the pull of methamphetamine. Meth addiction pulled Jacob into a horrible place, his attorney states. That may very well be true, but it's not a defense. I don't care what you're under the influence of. Yeah, you're under the influence. Look at the police blotter. 90% of whatever shows up in the police blotter is somebody under the influence of something. You can't control yourself when you're drinking or smoking. That may be true, but you can't extend that argument into I can't be held responsible for what I do under the influence of meth. I can't control myself, Jacob might say, and that could very well be true. The pull, his lawyer says, the pull of meth addiction put Jacob in a horrible place. I don't doubt it. But it doesn't excuse the behavior, and it doesn't mean you can't be held accountable. 28-year-old Montana man headed to prison for 3 years for a meth-influenced 10-day crime spree. Let's see, what was his total haul? Stole a bicycle. Okay. Shotgun, medical kits, body armor from 2 different police vehicles. Berger also admitted he said, I also stole other items and firearms from civilians. Okay. And this happened during a period from July 23 to March 24. It sounds like more than a 10-day crime spree. Jacob Berger said all the right things when he went up in front of the magistrate. Don't we all, huh? When we're high on meth and stealing stuff, we might not, we talk a different game, but we're in front of the judge and his powdered wig. Suddenly we're talking the right game. He said, I compromise public safety by reducing the number of available vehicles. Wow. He said, I understand that the police department was harmed by my actions. I'm very sorry. I know their jobs are difficult and vital to our community. Boy, that sounds like it was drafted by his attorney. Yeah, you're sorry now, but not when you're on the pipe, man. And that's the point of 3 years in prison. You're going to learn how to live without meth. In my harsh opinion, it's a good thing I'm not a judge. I guess it's a good thing for people like this. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, yeah. 10 things you should never do when charging your phone. Experts warn. This kind of headline, this is a Martha Stewart story, but this kind of story gets clicked on more than a million political stories. I'm sure this is clickbait. This is stuff that people are more likely to click than whatever Trump did wrong yesterday. People are like got fatigue over that. Enough already. Trump accepts fancy Air Force One airplane from Qatar. How many people clicked on that? So I'm just over it. So what? But something like this that affects all of us, we all want to know what it is we're doing wrong charging our phone, don't we? We're like, we all dread. There's a headline that puts fear in you is always effective. 10 things you should never do when charging your phone, experts warn. I clicked on this in lightning speed. I set a new world record for clicking on this. I'm like, what am I doing wrong charging my phone? I hate to go through life as some kind of bumbling fool doing it wrong. What am I doing wrong? I don't want to start a fire, which you could do if you're charging your phone wrong, experts say. So I found out, like, of all the 10 things I'm doing like 8 of them wrong. And I can't say I'm going to change my behavior because, number one, I'm not supposed to use damaged or frayed charging cables. I got phone charging cables that are in a real bad state. They're like all bent up and they got pieces of them missing and the wires are exposed. So, okay, I'm already doing number one. Oops. You shouldn't do that. Risk of electrical shock. Most of it's cat fault. We teach you to bite the cables, kitty cat. Don't leave your phone plugged in overnight. Well, that's not going to happen. All of us do that, right? Oh, come on. That's when you charge your phone. The daytime you're using it. You got it out and you're just hoping you can get through the end of the day with enough juice. We all plug it in overnight and leave it plugged in overnight. Everyone I know. That's what I do. Well, you're not supposed to do that. Once in a while is okay, but we hear about the dangers of overloading your phone. Like, your phone gets hot when you're charging it, and if you leave it plugged in all night, it could heat up to the point where it's overcharging itself. Your phone's not smart enough to know when it's fully charged. It could just keep on trying to charge itself till it blows up. Wow. Well, I'm not going to set my alarm, wake up at 1 a.m. and unplug my phone so it doesn't explode. Sorry. I'm leaving it plugged in all night like every other American, with the hopes that it doesn't explode. And if your phone's plugged in all night, certainly don't have it in the covers with you or on a pillow, because having it covered up will cause it to overheat even more. That was warning number 3, which I'm also guilty of, having the phone like laying on the bed. It's not getting enough circulation, so to speak. Also, the phone, supposedly, if you charge your devices too much, then they don't learn. It could ruin your battery life, which I find mind-boggling. These scientists, man, we can do all these things now and put a man on the moon. We can't build a phone that can learn how much it needs to charge. If you leave it charged too much, supposedly you're killing your battery. Whatever. I'm leaving my phone plugged in all night, and that ain't never going to change. What are the other rules? Let's see. Don't leave your device charging in the sun. Let's say you're in your car and you got the charger in your car, which I have, and that charger never works as fast. So slow. But don't leave the phone sitting up there on the dash in the sun. Again, your phone already is running hot when it's charging, and to leave it in the sun, it's running so hot it's going to explode. So there's three ways you're going to explode your phone now. As we work through the list of 10 things you should never do when charging your phone, 3 of them involve your phone blowing up. My phone's already exploded now at this point. Don't charge too many things in the same outlet, like your phone, your wife's phone, and your laptop, all out of the same plug, because something's going to blow up. And finally, the advice that every lawyer in the world insists needs to be given, whether you're trying to use a toaster or your phone, don't use it in the bathtub. Do not charge your devices near water. Duh. Accidental splash into water could cause shock or damage, or your phone might blow up. This story comes from Martha Stewart, who is so freaking concerned your phone is going to blow up. She's really worried about you. Your phone could explode right there in your hands. Here's another story. Sleeping. You're doing it wrong. These kind of stories cause me to click. These clickbaity stories, they're really good. Could the way you sleep make you look older? Experts say definitely. Really? Some experts say just by seeing you in their office and taking a look at your face and saying, boy, you look old, you got wrinkles, I can tell how you sleep, whether you sleep on your back, your stomach, or your side. You might be doing it wrong and causing yourself to look older. I'll tell you how you should sleep to look younger when we come back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. You've been doing it all wrong. It's a good thing you have me to advise you through life, or you'd never make it. Your phone would have blown up by now. And look how old and haggard you look. It's the way you're sleeping. Sleep. You're doing it wrong. Slumber positions. Some slumber positions deepen wrinkles, cause premature sag. Here's how to get more beauty out of your beauty sleep. Dermatologists are actually telling patients, I quote, "You sleep on your stomach or your side. I can tell," a dermatologist told one patient, "because your pillow is definitely pushing on your face and causing it to sag here and making wrinkles here, wrinkle lines deeper." Really? Your dermatologist can tell you you're sleeping wrong and making yourself look older, and it's you side sleepers that are doing it. Stomach sleepers, you're not too good either. You're causing too much stress on your face. You should sleep on your back. I can't sleep on my back. Anyone who sleeps on their back, you're more likely to snore. But Dr. Svetlana Danovich, a triple board certified cosmetic surgeon, founder of New York's SD Medical Arts, said, when repeatedly sleep on our side or stomach, the skin is compressed on the pillow in such a way it causes mechanical stress, oh dear, and causes sleep lines, deepening lines, and you should try to sleep on your back if you can. Sleep. Yeah, I just don't want you to do it wrong. Sleeping is important. Sonia Morgan is now blacklisted from one New York City Italian restaurant after refusing to pay her $1,000 bill. Page 6 reports Sonia Morgan. I don't know who she is. She's who is she? Oh, Real Housewives of New York City. Okay. If you watch those Real Housewife thing, do you know the rumor where I live in Jackson? The hottest rumor right now is they're working on, some TV executives are working on a Real Housewives of Jackson Hole, supposedly. I hear that all the time. And it would be a great show because there is a stereotypical housewife of Jackson Hole, particularly West Bankers, what we call those folks who live on the West Bank of Jackson Hole. Wilson. The Wilson mom is totally stereotypical, like, you can make a whole TV show out of the Wilson mom. And it should be, the show should be funded by and advertised primarily using winemakers, because there would be a lot of wine drinking. I don't know how the Real Housewives of New York City or the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills or Atlanta or wherever else they do them, if there's a lot of wine, but Real Housewives of Jackson Hole would amount to an incredible level of wine drinking. So Sonia Morgan was on, I guess no longer, Real Housewives of New York City, Sonia Morgan. I wouldn't know her if I bumped into her. I wouldn't know. She's dining at the NoHo hotspot that's north of Houston in New York City, Manhattan. NoHo hotspot called Tucci. Everybody's trying to get the reservations to Tucci. You got to be a year out to get a table there, unless you're somebody. If you're a celebrity, you can probably get into Max Tucci's Italian eatery. So Sonia Morgan is there the other day, and the waiter comes at the end of her meal and hands her the bill. And she reportedly went bonkers. Somebody there said that Morgan was saying she was absolutely hysterical, said one fellow diner, and refused to pay the bill. He said it was like she thought she was filming an episode of Housewives. She was shouting, "I'm a celebrity." She said, "I don't pay to eat. You pay me to eat here." Oh, that's some celebrity stuff, man. Yeah, Morgan went off on this poor server until they had to go get, I don't know if Tucci himself is back there, but the 61-year-old just went crazy. The whole thing got off to a bad start, apparently. She had eaten there before and was comped. But this time around, the show is no longer on the air. And is Sonia Morgan really relevant anymore? But apparently, that whole evening started bad. She had booked a table for 3, but arrived with a party of 5. And it was a really busy weekend night, so the restaurant did what it could to accommodate this prima donna. And then, then they gave her a bill for $1,000 for 5 people. And she was like, "I don't pay, people pay me to go to restaurants." She was absolutely entitled and caused a scene about not paying, said one bystander. So Tucci himself, really did come out. Wow. He's kind of famous. The owner, Max Tucci, came out, confronted Sonia Morgan, and explained that, look, you were never going to be comped. Nobody told you were going to be comped. And here's the bill. And you got to pay it. She eventually did pay the $1,000. Sonia Morgan's people said, it was a miscommunication. And I thought I was dining in exchange for a promotional post. Tucci said, nope, that was not the case. In fact, Tucci said he was fed up with this kind of behavior from celebrities. He stuck up for his staff, and he said Morgan is now blacklisted from his restaurant. He said, "It's not about me. You don't do that to my staff," he told Page 6. And Sonia Morgan not welcome back into Tucci's anytime soon. I always hear about, anecdotally about celebrities who think they're all that, who have some hissy fit, who get pulled over by a cop and try to talk their way out of a speeding ticket by starting with, "Do you know who I am?" kind of thing. But Sonia Morgan, to pull the "Do you know who I am?" to get out of a $1,000 restaurant tab? No, we don't know who you are. Never heard of you. So, people who watch Housewives, I guess, would know her, but no. She, there's A-list celebrities who might get comped. There's B-list celebrities on a slow night that might get comped at Tucci's in New York City. And then there's D-list, F-list, Z. I don't know where on the list Sonia Morgan is, but she's not A, B. She's down there. In fact, all these reality shows, you are not a celebrity because you've been on a reality show. That's not work. That's not acting. That's not even anything. That's just agreeing to have a camera pointed at you and look a fool. Yeah, anyway, did I take one last break of this? No, I can't remember if I took my last break this hour.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited
I did. Oh, sorry, I had to check. I'm on the stretch run. Let's do a quick check-in with the weather forecast. It's Don Day. The day weather forecast, you're looking at rain and even some snow in places in Wyoming today. Look out.
All the nice warm weather we've been enjoying really started to come to an end yesterday in northern and western Wyoming with falling temperatures, some wind, some scattered showers and thunderstorms, and as we're seeing today, a little bit of high elevation snowfall, especially in Wyoming's far northern and northwest mountain ranges. We have a Pacific trough that's going to be cutting across the state today into Thursday morning. Cooler temperatures statewide. Rain will be most widespread in the north and northwest, but scattered showers and thunderstorms will be found elsewhere across the state today into this evening and early tonight. As we get into Thursday, Friday, and the beginnings of the weekend, it's just going to be spring. A little bit of everything, some clouds, some sun, temperatures that won't be as warm, 50s and 60s, and showers and thunderstorms scattered about the state. Then we await the next larger storm system. That's going to affect the state beginning Sunday into Monday with rain, thunder chances, and yes, we could be looking at some areas of the state late Sunday into early next week, looking at some snow chances, something that we'll need to keep an eye on, and we'll keep you updated here over the next few days.
Don Day, I seem to recall not that long ago, Don Day promised that Mother's Day was kind of the cutoff. He would say Mother's Day is when you, after Mother's Day, post Mother's Day, you can be reliably assured that spring has sprung in Wyoming. And by that, I took to mean, spring, like some rain showers, but everything's growing and it's warming up. Not snow. Snow is not spring, Don. Although it is in Wyoming. I know. I mean, it snows in June. I've seen it snow on the 4th of July in Wyoming. I remember I was working a ranch. I couldn't believe it. 4th of July snowed. Seen it snow every month in this state. But yeah, certainly when you get past Mother's Day, you don't like it when it snows. And Don Day said after Mother's Day, you could be assured that it's spring in Wyoming. So I'm holding you to that, Don. On National Buttermilk Biscuit Day. Yes, that's what it is today. Buttermilk Biscuit Day sounds good to me. I could do one of them. Well, here's the things we talked about. Covered a lot of ground on this Wednesday. The Evanston couple gets probation after their toddler is found dead in the house of filth. Wild turkeys abound in Wyoming. Spring hunt season looks good for toms. The sound of music. Concerts in Wyoming have never been more diverse or abundant than they are this summer season. Falling rocks in the Wind River Canyon. Yeah, that's a spring thing. Signs of spring. Trump's push for domestic drilling has caused oil prices to hit a 4-year low. And that was to be expected, say some industry experts. Obscenity laws and how they pertain to library books will be the concern of some lawmakers during the interim session beginning May 20th. Wildlife crossing near DuBois is stuck in federal cut limbo, but nearly everyone wants to see it finished. Just going to cost a few million to get it done. And special guest Ross Halperin, thanks for being on. Elizabeth Baker, thank you for being on the show today. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Y'all have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. A new way Wyoming wakes up.